Oh, hi Roadrunner. Hope you are good today. Oh, fine, thanks. And I hope you're doing well also, Roadrunner. How have you been? And what have you been up to? I've eventually found my barber stuff. It was actually a job to find it. It was actually in Better Bars. The last place I expected to see it. So, if I can get another one of these, and what I'll do is I will drop those guys in here, and I think I have some kind of fake mirror inside that might work. And this is what I've got so far. Great news. I just got over a quest, actually. Oh, nice. Very good. But I'd say this line here will give me a little hassle. I didn't have as much time to spend on this as I would like to have had over the past day or so. So, how's your day been, Roadrunner? My god, the humidity here. It was actually the humidity that woke me up. Oh, this country is ridiculous. This kind of heat at night, and it's dreary and miserable during the day. Now, there we go. So, you see, this was put in by hand. So, top one, it will have to match. But once I get that in, I should be able to work with it. But it gives us too much hassle. We'll move along to something else. We have tons to do. How long have you been building since you got on? No, I haven't been... Oh, today. Earlier today. I was here for about an hour-ish or something. Maybe an hour and a half, checking stuff out. And I tried a few different things on this room, and it just didn't work. But this, I think, will work. About an hour and a half-ish, I think. But then, that was a good few hours ago, and then I got a few hours sleep. I am real tired, Croc, yeah? Okay. That flies by. It does, yeah, just, you know, I thought I could get more done. But it took me ages to figure out what I wanted to do with it, so I decided to go with the large glass windows. And I have an idea of what I want. But I really need to get the last layer up. There. And it's not as easy as it's not as easy as, you know, just sticking it up. It's got to be pretty. It's got to be pretty level. We walk up to snow. Oh my. Yeah, I got. Let me see. What time is it? 1-ish. 3.5 hours, but still. You know, I might be able to nap sometime today as well. Maybe get a couple more. Not just an inch of snow, you know. Oh, a lot of snow. Yeah, that's all I ever get. 3.5, 4.5 hours in one go. Always something here will wake you up. Pain, humidity, something. Especially if you're a light sleeper. Now, you see, once these are in, I'll fit these in then as well. Then our chairs, then we'll have stuff to go on that, and I think I've got a mirror somewhere. Might not work. But definitely worth a try. Sure hope we do. 3 hours I would be good to go all day. I find it hard to function properly on 3 hours. Well, not before, but if you're constantly on 3 to 5 hours sleep every day for 5-6 years, it absolutely wears you down. I've noticed I catch every cold, every flu. My immune system has taken a hit because of it, I think. Yeah, having not much sleep for a while, your body can take it. But when it goes on years, yeah, it does have effects. Not function. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but I used to function on not a lot of sleep anyway. About 6 hours when I was working. You know? And I'm kind of used to that. But I think as you get older, like I think you're really supposed to get 8 hours. Although they've been doing a bit of research and that depends on the person. Some people need 10. I don't know who could sleep for 10 hours, but there you go. Yeah, that's how my body works when we have to, basically. My body will shut down after a while. I don't know when it's going to happen. I'll start getting dizzy spells and, you know, that kind of weak feeling in your limbs. 10 is your usual. Oh, I'd love to be able to do 10. If I could do even 8 every night for about a month, I would really, really bounce back. It's usually back pain that wakes me up. You see what I mean about this? This is a ridiculous thing to try to fit. And we'll have to make sure it's absolutely, I mean absolutely dead level. Or be something like that, but getting it to actually stay. See what I mean? So I'll change the settings on this. And we'll see if we can fluke it in. It's the best I think we can do. Yep, does not feel as I get much done. But that's why you're a multitasker. Yeah. I am tempted to take painkillers, Roadrunner, to be honest, but and the stuff they'll give you, it's pretty harsh, you know. Eventually turn me into one of the living dead. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that to me. That's the extract from marijuana plant. That's not actually a drug. Yeah. I think, well, it's obviously it's legal here. I've heard a few months ago of a store that opened up here, and I was eventually going to visit. Um, it's in I think it's in Galway City. Well, that's about maybe 160 miles from me. Mm. Yeah, it's basically a chemical from the plant. Without the chemical, let's say that, causes the drugging effect. And there's two types. I got a guy to get me some before, but he got me the wrong one. He got me the oil that you smoke in a vape. Now that's disgusting. I wanted the drops you could put into, maybe a glass of water or in your food. That's what I wanted. Not stop the pain, but it will make you forget about it. Oh. A kind of distraction. Well, my, what's it called again? THC, isn't it? Well then, in that case, my THC is gaming. I'll probably take the edge off. Yeah. It's not always bad, if you know what I mean. But it doesn't stay away for very long. Obviously, it comes in waves and in varying degrees. But if you're a light sleeper, yeah, you're not going to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, good and bad days. Last week, oh my God. That was nasty for me. It was really nasty. My GPs have been trying to get me to take painkillers for a long time. They would be only too happy to prescribe them for some reason. Well, doctors have become very strange here. Before, they would try everything before they would give you painkillers. Now, if you go in with the tiniest problem, they don't even look at you sideways. They just try to write out a prescription for painkillers. Not good. Just be careful, what you take. Oh yeah, totally. Like, I very rarely take a paracetamol. Very, very rarely. I'd say maybe 5-6 times a year, if that even. One paracetamol tablet, which is, it's nothing. Well, the same way, let's say that it's much like the tobacco industry, I think, where the companies added more nicotine, to make them more addictive. Here you have to have your bone cut in two, yeah? Be wailing in pain, and still they will argue about giving you anything. Yeah, here they're way too willing to give you prescription stuff, but that's within the last maybe 2 decades. We have a whole generation here of younger people who turn to prescription medication. But let's say one thing about my country. If a large country, let's say like the US, has a certain problem at a certain time, we'll eventually get the same problem maybe two decades later, I always laughed and I said we're 20 years behind, you know, everywhere else. And a strange country where, let's say, something could be taboo, yeah, forever, and then overnight it's acceptable. I've always said it about this place. There's no middle ground, you know. It's like the guy who goes, you know, let's say, to the ocean to swim. He's on the dock, or, you know, he doesn't, you know, sit down, put his toe in and test the water. He'll either, you know, he'll either sit on the dock or he'll dive straight in. There's no middle ground. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if we can line these up. And it's height that's gonna kill me on this. But if I can get one going in, we should be able to get the rest to go as well. It's like even attitudes here. You just go back 50 years. It was almost medieval. And now it's like, well, I suppose you could put it like, it's like Woodstock. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is the one that will give us problems here. Oh, I suppose we could come out with a 4-piece. Well, you see, that's our problem really. If we want to do that, we might be able to. Let's say do something like this. But I can't really. See. And something. Oh, yeah, that is a problem. They're on different sizes. Okay, we'll have to guess. I would say. Ah, I see. I don't think the bed would help me here, would it? We'll use one of these chairs. We'll see if we can stop this guy from glitching. I might be able to make my own snap point. More to try. And then we can snap straight onto it. You don't take anything here, right? Mister is asking nothing, 0, absolutely nothing. Like, the only thing in medication I take is an antacid for my ulcer. And that's not any kind of painkiller. And as I said, maybe every 2 or 3 months I might take one harmless paracetamol. But absolutely anything. Yeah, don't take anything. Oh, hi, Jackie boy. Oh, hi, Jackie. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. How have you been, Jackie? This is Jackie from, remember we were chatting there when we were doing, Covenant. Is this the same Jackie boy? How have you been, Jackie? No. Always been that way. I've never taken any painkillers. No, this is not gonna work. This is a silly plan. I'm trying to... Maybe if I get the snapping, it'll stop. This word. What a good snapping anyway. And now the snapping. That doesn't work. Nothing will. Yeah, a little bit. No, I've never taken any kind of painkillers. To be honest, up until my mid-30s, I don't think I've even had a cold. Ah, same Jackie. How have you been, Jackie? How have you been keeping? I can't send messages. Ah, on your TV though. It does. So, what have you been up to? Yeah, it's probably your controller. Yeah, probably your controller. No, that's not really giving us what we want, but I think if we do something like this, and you see the problem with that, it's not going to work. It is definitely not going to work. Oh, hang on. That's what we need there. Oh, come on, Croc. Yeah, something like this. Now... Oh, I almost had it. Okay, let's try that one. Yeah, it's not bad. But this one is a big problem. But that one looks... To be honest, it looks pretty decent. I think we have it, Roadrunner. We just need to set on the second one now. That's good. Nothing much. Ah, school mostly. Well, that's good. Yeah, getting your school done. Trying... Oh yeah, that's excellent, Jackie. To get your grades up. Very, very important thing to do. And dealing with 3 8-year-old girls. One of them is my little sister and her 2 friends, and oh my god, they're so annoying. Little sisters can be. I just don't know how to do this with a controller. Really, yeah? Yeah. Once we level it up, it should be okay. I never had that problem. I was the youngest of my family. So that will tell you how old my family is. My mum is almost 90. And she's still around. And she looks a lot better than I do. Now this is okay if I can force it in just that tiny bit. But we'll see. What I've got to do is I want to save that. I'm pretty happy with that one. We'll push it back in just that tiny bit to meet the wallpaper. But once we get, let's say, one of those on the other side perfectly, the other 2 will snap. Hmm. I can hear what the house is like. Little Jackie. Why? Now, I've got tons of grandnieces and great-grandnieces, so yeah. I call them crotch goblins. To their faces, well, they're not amused. My three main class grades are C, yeah, you need to work on them, C minus. Science a B minus. In maths, B plus. And then humanities, AK, social studies or English, language, arts. Ah, I see. One of my son's friends has to babysit his little sister. You bring her along. Oh my god. I felt so sorry for her, yeah. Oh. You can kind of feel sorry for him as well. I'm sure the last thing he wants to do, let's say, when he visits his friends' houses. But, you know, sometimes it's, you know, parents have to do things, and it's good that he helps out. He sounds like a pretty stand-up kid. Rarely will you see a kid so understanding about, you know, how the system works, and yeah, that stands to his credit, to make that sacrifice. Usually kids don't get that kind of wisdom till they get to about about 30 years of age. They're always a constant worry, aren't they? I still got 110 bits left. Oh, a while ago. Now, this would work. Eventually. I have got what I wanted. There we go. And that's how much trouble it is to put these guys up. Now, on this one, we should be able to line it like this. And let's see if we can get lucky with this one. No. See how it's coming in too far? So, we push this out. Oh, I can see the problem here. Just a tad. Make sure it's still lined. Now it's not lined anymore. There. There. Let me see. I can literally see this problem here. It's not bad, but I think it's just the tiniest bit off. There. I doubt this will work, but no. Or maybe I have it pushed in too far. We'll see. Maybe. It's not the greatest. But if I can cover it in... Yeah, you see what I mean? The whole thing needs to come out just a tad. And I think we might be able to get it from here. Hmm. Last time I saw him, he was standing behind me at the grocery store. Ah, this full-grown man was home from a holiday. Oh, from the military. I didn't even recognize him. I'm the same with my my grandnephews and nieces. You know, I see them when they're 7 or 8 or maybe 10, and then I see them when they're 20. Yeah, I don't even recognize them. They grow so fast, don't they? Oh, I'm not sure. I think on the stream, if you're on phone or something, where the chat is, I think there's a diamond thing. I think you push on that. Jackie boy. I'm really useless when it comes to any kind of IT. I would be better suited to maybe, you know, some kind of plaid shirt, a woodsman's axe, and a log cabin in some remote area in Alaska. But I think there's some kind of symbol in chat you push. They grow up so fast, don't they? And they change so much. Let's say, you see a kid 10, 12, then you see them when they're 18 or 20, and that's 6 or 8 years. The change is so dramatic. And they grow so fast. That's not bad if I can get that into place. And this is the part that we need to have pretty neat. This will make or break this room. Once we get that in, I'll show you what I'm doing with the rest of this stuff. But this is basically my painkiller. This can be really distracting. Oh, thanks for the bits, Jackie. I appreciate it. That was kind of you. Now this needs to go out, the other one go in, but there is a decent chance that I'll have to pull this one out a bit. You see, I'm assuming that I did these properly, obviously not. But if they're close enough, in the hindsight, I should have doing this before the pillars. But we could still redo the pillars. It might be even easier than this. My god, the humidity here. Unbelievable. Right, we'll just try this one. I think we'll have to... You see, I cannot turn it in either, so... Let's see if I can actually push them out. I'll see from the bottom ones. Oh, 90. Easily, 90. Yeah, it's about 90. But it averages here about 60 anyway. 70 some nights, sometimes 80. But this past few months it's been 90. Especially coming into the summer, being, you know, having all of this rain. And it's not like raining all day. It rains for 15 minutes, stops for an hour. Rains for 20 minutes, stops for an hour. It's constant. And, you know, being a small island... But it's never really cold. We don't get snow. Well, I haven't seen some in a long time. And one could say we don't get fantastic summers. Well, I can remember decent summers, and the summers are pretty, except for last year. Last summer was a bit of a freak thing, let's say, compared to what we usually get. It went to about 92 Fahrenheit, which probably in the US is like a normal summer, but not here. We used to get summers like that up until 89 was our last summer, like that. And the last real winter we had was 84. Everything changed in the 80s. As a kid back east, Uncle used to take me out on his motorcycle. It took 5 minutes and I was ready for another shower, yeah. Yeah, the humidity, that's what I'm dealing with. And you only get this humidity at night from about 1 a.m. onwards. Yeah, about 1 a.m. I find it, it's hard to explain this kind of humidity. It's hard to breathe. Well, I'm a smoker anyway, so. But it's like, you know, your chest can be burning, but yet your arms might be slightly colder. It's like you kind of heat up, let's say around the chest area, you know, because you're breathing it in. But right now, I have 2 fans on. I've got my window open, my door open, and my landing window open, trying to get a breeze running through. They seem to be okay for some reason. Now, the like of that, we could probably get away with. I know it's pretty close, but now let's see. Oh, Croc, you genius. Yeah, we could get away with that. And what I could do is, you see this one? Nah, I think it's okay. Nobody's gonna notice a tiny, tiny fraction. That's it. We've got it. Now, I just need one at the back. And that's it. We can do the serious decorating. Here in the high desert. Never been to a desert. If you don't have a water bottle with you, it can get... I would imagine so. Yeah, real bad. Not unless you tell them, yeah? I would imagine so. But, let's say from reading, obviously, I've read a decent amount about deserts. Apparently, you know, blistering hot during the day, freezing cold at night. But I'd imagine if, you know, I was lost or something and I had to walk, traverse, I say for a long area, obviously in the desert it would be best to travel at night. Although having said that, it doesn't sound like fun either. I don't know what you'd find in the desert. My son didn't cover up his arms about 2 years ago or so and got burned bad. Yeah, once or twice, and that happened to me. You know, not having that kind of intense sun here when I did travel abroad to work. Kind of caught me off guard for a little while. But I have pretty decent skin, let's say, for sun. I'm not pale-skinned. My ancestry, I think, from the 16th century came from around the Cork area. And that would have been around the time, let's say, that the Spanish Armada shipwrecked off the coast of Cork. lots of the sailors were captured and killed by the British occupying forces, but some actually escaped and were hidden here by the local population. So they probably eventually, you know, how could I put this? Blended into the local population. So you get that kind of slightly darker skin. Slightly darker. Just a shade. Then you get that pale white freckle thing as well, depending on the counties you go to. I burn just looking at the sun. I'm pretty good with the sun. In fact, I wear shorts as I was up in space go off due to the glare. But no matter what kind of skin you have, it's never a good idea to expose yourself to the sun. I know it's tempting. And there we go. So, I'm not sure if we saved this one. And I'm pretty happy with that one. Just one piece. And then we can really get down to business on this. You can never hide. Yeah, let's say if you have really fair skin, and every second member of my family has. It's not a good idea. I've got a ton of cousins as well with, you know, the kind of stereotypical really, really fair skin, the freckles, and the red hair. They're like albinos. If they go out in the sun, they're pretty much finished pretty quickly. Yeah, I kind of get that as well. The top of my head hurts. Hi, Terry. Hi. How are you? How have you been? You see the snap? It's always about getting rid of that snap, so I think we'll have to do the same thing we did before. We'll use one of these guys, and then we'll hope for the best. Just one more piece. But as I said, stopping this little guy from snapping is another thing. I'm in a dark place. I had a fight with my boyfriend. Ah, I see. And we'll all have arguments from time to time. It's how life goes, I suppose. But I'm sure it will blow over, Terry. I'm sure it will blow over. Oh, hi, Roscoe Gaming. Oh, Moko, little Moko. How's he been? This is Fallout 4. Here. How's Moko been doing, Roscoe? I'll just save this and I'll show you what we've been doing. Yeah, this is Fallout 4. And we're playing this on Xbox, and we're using the free mods from Bethesda. Just pieces really, so we've been building a large medical center. I was just doing a barber shop in here. Well, we spent about 200 plus hours on this one, and this is actually quite big. Well, there's still lots left to do. We are going to try... Oh, that's good. But you shouldn't fret too much, Terry. You know, like, I argue with my wife almost every day. You know, it's a part of being human, you know. You shouldn't fret too much. No problem, Terry. Been doing really well. Oh, that's good to hear. Just got his Xbox. Trying to get streaming lined out on that. Nice. Yeah, on Twitch and Xbox, it's simple enough. But he will need some kind of message board. Yeah. I use an old laptop as a message board. But out from that, it's, pretty straightforward. So this is what we've been doing on this, and we'll get a little bit of rendering issues outside here because of the sheer size. Now when I get a few cell resets, it's when I'm building. Just a couple of cell resets after I stop building. But we've pushed this cell well beyond its capabilities. But I know a few tricks to stop it from crashing, It's the sheer amount of detail. And thanks for following, Roscoe. I appreciate it. And welcome. He is hosting you. Oh! Oh! I didn't know that. I guess it said Moko is live and sent me to you. Yeah, that's the way it works when you're hosting someone. So, have you played much Fallout 4, Roscoe? Now, I don't bring my settlers in till the end. But I've done smaller buildings as well. I've done, I did the White House in Far Harbor. That one was fun. I also did my version of Bates Motel. From the old Alfred Hitchcock movie Psycho. Oh, hi, Get some Odils. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome. None. I thought it was... It is a shooting game. Hi. Hi, Get some. How have you been? Yeah, it is a shooting game. But you also get a lot of settlements to work on. I've quested this and quested it and quested it and kind of burned out doing the quests. So decided to do the settlements instead in a kind of playthrough. But it is primarily, yeah, a shooting game. Like all of, kind of action sort of thing. It does, yeah, it does. You can kind of do it that way. The pieces they give you in vanilla, you can build some decent places, but there's not a big variety, and they're pretty lore friendly. But this kind of building takes an extreme long time to do. So, this is our medical center. And these guys grow their own plants. But this is a very, very unique game. In a sense that you can build like this and, you can do your quests and, there's nothing else out here like this. You do. You see there. This is from a mod called Mary Jane Follower mod. And we have the medical sign and the marijuana. So it's medical marijuana. Well, it is a medical center. Where else are they to get their supplies? So we have two gardens here where they grow that. And then inside we've got a huge car park, and this is basically a stair system. We have this on each corner, goes up to every room. So one on each corner, so that's 4. Our car park is here. Well, our underground car park. And here we just keep bikes. And of course our workbench and our electricity supply. I'll have to check it out. This is an if you haven't played this game before, it's an extremely good game. If you've played Skyrim before, You know, it's the same kind of, well, kind of, you know, that kind of thing. All Bethesda games, you know, have similar appeal. Better Stores has those too. Oh, that's right, yeah. Yeah, I did as well. Something Kush, they're called. Roadrunner. Yeah, something Kush. But I needed the Mary Jane mod for the dancing mats. It was quite a big mod to take just for dancing mats. Which is funny, because I'm getting blasted on some. Nice. Yeah. And here, it's basically the same thing. We finished our car park anyway, so. And then we have obviously we've got an operating theatre, surgical wards, pediatric department. Oh, this is really too big for this. This settlement. And as you can see, we're still in the process of fixing things up. So down here, we have our bar, which just looks a lot better at night. I've done some red lighting. I was doing my quest earlier. 8 months prego. It is funny. Nice. Oh, the mod you're running, yeah. And that would be something to behold, Roadrunner. And of course we have our little alleyways and stuff going down, let's say, to our stair system, and that goes into our nursery. Now, we haven't finished the nursery yet, but we've got most of it done. Just got to fill the shelves, and I've got to fill some stuff here and do a little bit of decorating here, just a tiny bit more. This goes straight down into our main ward. And this type of building takes a long time. I don't know how my character can walk. You better hurry, she only has a month left. Our nurse station here. And this is the male ward, so got our bathroom as well. It's not easy to get away with building so much in a settlement to this detail without frame drop, but there is some tricks you can use on Xbox. And this is our female ward. It's exactly the same as the other one, except for obviously the sign and some minor changes inside. Again, which goes down to a nursery, which this needs a little bit as well. This one I've managed to put our toys and stuff in. Well, once I get the NPCs in here, it will make it look a lot better. Oh, hi Lady Grey. Hi. How have you been? How have you been keeping? Now, this is our main driveway up. And this is our reception. Our intercom and a few information machines. And that's just our stairway system. That goes up to the other ones and to the roof. We're still doing some building up there. Oh yeah, it takes a long time to get these things together. Decorating always takes a long time. Okay. Now we'll move up to the other story. Oh, here Toby, come on. You want me to lift you up? Yeah, my dog. Come on, come on. Come on, there's a good doggy. Ah, that's good to hear, Lady Grey. Oh, fine, thanks. Yeah, hoping you're doing well also. Ah, that's good. Now, as we move up, now that's where I'm fixing. I'm going to do a little barber shop here. It's taking some time, but I'll eventually get it done. Now, this breaks into our operating theatre. So we've got medical storage, or exit obviously, more medical storage. So we used the vault doors for this. We didn't have anything big enough, so this is our operating theatre. This took quite some time to do. This is some shelving I managed to glitch together to create this kind of look. It's actually a table I've glitched as well. And this is a combination of tables, shelving and consoles I glitched together to make our operating table. I should be able to get an NPC on this as well. And I just put a gurney into it. And this is our biocontainment ICU. These are just things I'm building on the other side. They will be removed later.
I need to assign someone to this.
Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. I just got into that bed for some reason. There we go. So that's our little biocontainment area. And this breaks out into basically the same area as before. Carbon copy of this with medical storage, exit, and medical storage. Now this in turn breaks into our cafeteria. Yeah, I did a lot of detail on this and get some, yeah. And thanks for the host, Roadrunner. I appreciate it. So here is our cafeteria. And I put a ton of detail on this one. This took forever to do. But about 6 months after release of this game, you had a few builders that would maybe go to this kind of extreme, albeit more lower friendly. But those guys have long since gone. You know, as the game became less popular, they moved on to other things. But not everyone would have this kind of time, let's say, to build. But that's not a problem I have. So that's our cafeteria. Now, eventually I'll have a radiology department here. Just haven't got around to fixing it yet. I've got most of our lab done. I've got the waiting area, everything on the outside. Just got to furnish the labs. But this build has been going on forever. I wouldn't be surprised if this one takes 300 hours. This one will probably be my longest build. This Phoenix is County Crossing. Here we are on County Crossing. It's right beside the National Guard training yard. It's where you do that quest for Deb in Bunker Hill. You know, one of the quests you do to make Bunker Hill a settlement. And Bunker Hill, that's actually, for me, the hardest settlement to fix in this game. Yeah, I do as well, but I've had, you know, so many playthroughs in this game. Get some. It was more like a job. Yeah. So I wanted to do something different. I used to do a lot of lower friendly building as well. But I decided to do a cleaner look, you know, in this building playthrough. And building like this to do a building playthrough would probably take a year or more on this game. And let's just say I've got a lot of time on this game. Let's say on modded building I probably have 5,000-6,000 hours. On vanilla building at least as much, if not 2,000 hours more. I'm playing the game and questing another 4 maybe. Yes, you can. What you need to do is only after the Battle of Bunker Hill does it become available. But beforehand, if you do all the quests, I like to get all the quests out. And then, let's say, when the Battle of Bunker Hill happens, wait for about 2 days and go back and speak to that person over the settlement. And she'll give you the run of the settlement. If you went with the Brotherhood, you know, she'll say you've got powerful friends with the Brotherhood or the Institute. But yeah, some people still didn't realize you could actually make that a settlement. Yeah. It's just you don't get it till late in the game. It's not obtainable till after the Battle of Bunker Hill. And here we have our medical airlift vertibird. We have our little controllers beneath, our fuel dump, and I did a little bit of retrofitting on it. Added the blue light on top, the smoke animation on the engines, the signage on the side, on each side, and inside I've managed to fit in 2 pilots, a flight recorder, a gurney, and just some various medical signs and stuff. Various bits and pieces. And that's it, guys. That's everything I've done so far on this. Oh, I think you get some. Yeah, Bunker Hill. It wasn't until my 2nd or 3rd playthrough I realised you could get Bunker Hill. But I remember, I think it was my 2nd or 3rd playthrough, after the Battle of Bunker Hill, I was doing some trading back there. And for some reason I started a conversation with, I forget her name, but the option came up. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. It's just, you know, most people, let's say, they'll come across a settlement, they'll try and get it, and then do the quests, and then thinking they get it, and it still doesn't come. But you don't get the option till after the Battle of Bunker Hill. But for most people, that's very late in the game. You know, so... But yeah, you can get it. Now there's a bar I'll have to get rid of later. I was looking for that everywhere. And of course the lighting outside. kind of unstable outside the cell, because what you do within the cell really takes from outside as well, especially if you keep building. What you really need to do is stop building for a while and get a couple of cell resets. But there's only so much you can get away with. Oh, hi, Fun Dead Train. Hi, how are you? I was just showing the guys the building I was doing here. It's a large medical center. And we put a reasonable amount of work into this so far. This is probably going to turn out to be one of my longest builds. Well, one of my favorite guys is in Far Harbor. I'll tell you, I'll show you Far Harbor before I get back to building, because Croc Manor. Yeah, I'll show you Croc Manor. I think that was the last one I did. Ah, I'm good. Ah, that's good to hear. Fine, thanks. It's been great. And I hope you had a good day also, Fun Dead Train. This is not bad. This is Croc Manor. This one we were finished with pretty quickly. It's basically a fix-up on the old building that was here. So we based it on a Hitchcock movie, Bates Motel. If you're familiar with the movie or the TV series, about this guy, Norman Bates. His mother died. Of course, he wouldn't accept that. And he stored his dead mother in the room and believed she was ordering him to murder the guests. It's a pretty famous Hitchcock movie. Called Psycho, I think. I think it was 1960. But here in this one, we added our own bit of lore. Norman survived the war, obviously, as a ghoul. Set up shop in Croc Manor and is luring in vault settlers and murdering them. Yeah, I do. The Birds is one of my favourite as well. And Rear Window. Yeah, that wasn't bad. Maybe it was a little bit slow burning for some people, but yeah. This is our Croc Manor, our Bates Motel. So we have our sign. We've got a large garden. One is a gardener. We've gone with a little carport. And we've got the sky painting. Norman himself, let's say, would be the only guy not dressed as a settler. And knowing Hitchcock's work, you'll probably be familiar with what I was trying to do here with these row of crows. That's a reference to the Birds. Yeah, building that schoolhouse, you know, with the Snappy House kit might be possible. All I'd need is some kind of playground, and I could put in plenty of those guys. Wouldn't be bad. No, the Birds, the movie was made in the 60s, so Stephen would have been, pretty young, I'd imagine, during the 60s. But I'm not quite sure. Yeah. But Stephen might have doing something similar. No problem, Terry. No problem. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the timeline might be a bit iffy, Phoenix. I'm not sure, but I know it was, I think, during the early 60s or mid 60s. So Stephen really didn't get into writing till around the late 70s, I think. Yeah. He would have been a kid, yeah. Yeah, he would have been a kid. Stephen, I'd say, would have been pre-teen at that time. But he's done so many you know, many movies, and they're quite good as well. He might have kind of gone in that kind of direction. Let's say Stephen King. Children Under the Stairs. That's Stephen's, isn't it? Yeah, Stephen King, Dean Koontz, and to name a few others have done some good stuff. Yeah. So outside, it's something like this, and for a small settlement, this one we've done a lot of detail, but we got through quite quickly because it's small. It's a pretty stable cell because we didn't have to over decorate too much because we just got a small house. Oh, and we maybe got lucky as well. Yeah, it was. A lot of Stephen's movies, I kind of forget, to be honest. Then there was Pet Cemetery. Was it Stephen that did Skinwalkers? Yeah. Wasn't it Stephen? He did Skinwalkers. Well, let's say in the 80s he did a lot of good ones. And Christine, yeah. The Car. He also did Carrie, wasn't it? Wasn't that Stephen? Pet Cemetery. Yeah. The Pet Cemetery, they buried the pets on the old Indian sacred burial ground. Yeah. Children Under the Stairs was actually pretty interesting. Yeah, he did some good stuff. So that's what it's like outside. So, as I said, we've got our gardens. And, of course, we've got someone doing a barbecue here. It's a pity I didn't have a vulture. That would have been something. But this is our house inside. So, Vault Dwellers welcome sign. And, as I said, Norman is a ghoul. So this is our reception area here. And this is Norman. So, if we get a closer look at Norman. I thought that was an absolute scream. We managed to get him wielding a knife. So that's our little reception area. And here we've got our kitchen. Now this being so small, it's highly detailed. And this is just a combination of a lot of things I've glitched together to make that. Yeah, I remember Pet Cemetery. There was another movie as well, I'm not sure who did it. I don't think it was Stephen, but it was pretty interesting. It was a very early movie from, oh, what's his name? The guy from 2.5 Men. Charlie Sheen. A very early role. Called Wraith. That was interesting. So that's our kitchen area. Now we've got to go around the side to get access to the rest of this building. Now here we did a little bar area. Now I know you guys can't hear the radio, which is a pity. But that's actually working. It's just a copyright thing that Twitch runs. You can't do any radios and such, which is a pity. Down here we've got our little basement area. Now, upstairs. We have a little recreational area here. Oh, you hear it, do you? Oh, that's cool. It's in Pennywise. I'm not sure. The Fly. Yeah, that was good with Jeff Goldblum. They did a remake of that. So apparently his son. You remember that one? Yeah, they did a remake of The Fly. Yes. Well, I know that Martin Sheen married a lady called Estevez. I know where Charlie's, let's say, ancestry comes from. Martin actually came back during, I think it was the early 80s, to a village just outside my town, and he bought a small holding there. Apparently it was his great grandfather's or something. Yeah. Yeah, Carlos, yeah. His brother was Emilio. He kept his name, but he goes by his mum's name, I think, Emilio Estevez. He did an interesting movie, Emilio. What was it again? Oh, my memory is gone. I'll eventually think of the name. But Mick Jagger was in it. I'll eventually think of the name of it. My mind has gone blank. But Emilio Estevez was in it. Mick Jagger was in it. And I think the guy who did Silence of the Lambs, Anthony Hopkins. There was a few in it. And Rene Russo. Oh, I'll eventually get it. It's on the tip of my tongue. I know all the actors, I can't remember the name. So this is our little reception area. Or our recreation area, I should say. So you can actually hear the music, Roadrunner. Cool. I thought I would have cut that out. Can all of you guys hear the radio here? Him and his dad did a hiking movie. Yeah, they did act in a few movies together. Although Charlie did suffer some drug problems. I heard he's contracted, well, allegedly. What can I say, allegedly? I think I was reading he contracted some kind of HIV or something. But he seems to be dealing with it or something like that. And this is our music room. But Charlie was a wild kid. No problem, Fun Dead Train. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, and thanks for lurking. Take care and stay safe, and have a great day. Bye. It's weird how Emilio turned out good, isn't it? But Charlie ended up, yeah, strung on cocaine. It was the success. Too much, too fast. Get some. Yeah. Didn't he act with that war film as well? That's when he was really bad on drugs. Good night. Good night, Terry. Yeah. Yeah, take care and stay safe, and thanks for stopping by. And I hope you patch things up with your BF, but I'm sure it will all blow over. I don't think there's any reason to worry too much. Have a good one, Terry, and stay safe. Bye. Yes, HIV, Roadrunner, yeah. He did. Charlie was very, very silly. Very wild kid. There's a group of them that, yeah, were pretty wild, but Charlie really went overboard, I'm afraid. Yeah. Too much success too fast. I don't know that at all. May have both turned out wild. Yeah. But he had a short fuse as well. He was not the easiest to deal with, I think. So this is our murder scene from the movie. The shower, the famous shower scene from Psycho. And then as we go upstairs, we've got our, well, the center room is Norman's, and the two on the side are guest bedrooms. He's a bit crazy, isn't he, Gary? Gary Busey also burned out. Yeah, he's a bit out of it, isn't he? He was always a bit out of it. Yeah, I remember Gary, and he had a son that did the new Hitcher movie, Jake Busey. Yeah, yeah, I remember Gary quite well. Why is there a dead guy in your shower? It's based on a movie, The Entire Settlement, Jackie Boy, called Psycho, and in the movie there was a pretty famous murder in a shower. The murder shower scene from the movie Psycho. So I did my kind of recreation of it, Jackie. Yeah. Yeah, Boosie got into a motorcycle crash. Oh, really? Messed him up. But didn't Gary always have a bit of a reputation for being kind of a bit strange, let's say? In the 80s, oh. Now this is guest room number 1. But I remember reading articles from the time, but you know what media is like. They tend to sensationalize everything, don't they? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Gary. Yeah, his kid's name was Jake. Jake looks a lot like Gary. The last movie I seen Gary in was, a long time ago. Predator 2. He was in that, wasn't he? He was also in the very first Lethal Weapon movie with, what's his face? From Braveheart. My memory's pretty bad tonight. Buddy Holly's my favourite one with him, yeah? Nice. Mel Gibson, yeah. That's who I was thinking of, Mel Gibson. Apparently Mel is not shooting on all cylinders either. The past few decades he's been kind of attracting a lot of attention, isn't he? Yeah, Mel Gibson. My favourite movie from Mel would be The Patriot. Yeah, that was pretty good. And this is Norman's room. Now, this is Norman's dead mother. In the movie, he had her propped in a rocking chair, I think. But this is the best we could do. Yeah, I think I heard that. Yeah. I think I heard that also. He did a few pretty decent good movies. So we have The Dead Mum. and this kind of stuff. Medical bag and medical cooler. And of course the wheelchair. And this is my little joke here, the Home Sweet Home tag. And that's it, guys. That's our recreation of Bates Motel. But the thing that stands out to me from the movie, you can remember the movie when Norman was in the garden, let's say, talking to guests. He would look up at this window, and the curtain, you could see someone peeking through the lace curtains on the window. It was all his imagination. He thought it was his mum, but his mum was dead. But I made sure and get the lace curtains in here as well. Hope not, but I guess he has a language issue. Oh. I didn't hear that one. Did he have a stroke or something? Oh, he was a sick puppy. And I think this room kind of demonstrates that one. And that was Anthony Perkins, wasn't it? Oh, that's the other guy I was thinking of as well. The guy that acted with Amelia Estevez in that movie with Rennie Russo and Mick Jagger, I couldn't think of. Anthony Hopkins was in it as well. Something like... It's not New Jack City. Something like that. Yeah. Basically, it was about this high-tech company. And what they did was, they could actually go back in time and get someone a millisecond before they died. Let's say if someone died in a massive explosion and their body was never recovered, they had a license to go back and claim that body, and then let's say they would download somebody's brain into that body and give them a new lease of life. Let's say erasing Free Jack. That's the one. I knew Jack was in it somewhere. Free Jack, you got it, Roadrunner. Free Jack was the name. That was Emilio Estevez and Rennie Russo, Anthony Hopkins and Mick Jagger. Correct. Free Jack. I knew, like, New Jack City kind of reminded me. So I knew there was Jack in there somewhere. Like, another kind of movie with Jack in it came to mind as well was Jumping Jack Flash. Remember that one with Whoopi Goldberg? I knew Jack was in there somewhere. Free Jack. Yeah, that wasn't a bad flick. And that's it, guys. We've even got the smoke animation on top. And that's our Bates Motel. I would have eventually getting it. But as always, when I try to think of something on the moment, it's always hard for me to do. If I leave it settle down, it eventually comes back. Now, we get back to building on this one. Pierce Brosnan and Liam Neeson. Yeah, two of my favourites as well. Although Liam did not do himself any favours. A good few years back, he did a radio interview. Not good for Liam. He lost a lot of fans because of it, you know. But let's say where Liam grew up could be pretty brutal. But in all fairness to Liam, I don't think he actually meant what he said. You know, he was just trying to sound kind of tough and concerned, but he didn't really think through correctly what he said. It really came out pretty intolerant and racist, but that was a big mistake from Liam. After what that one dude said about Americans. Was that Liam or Pierce? I think Pierce has been careful, he's been pretty diplomatic. Liam has a history of kind of splurting stuff out before. Yeah, he kind of just comes out with this kind of thing without actually thinking it through. We've all, let's say, felt certain ways about certain things, but we've kept it to ourselves. Liam, however, yeah, he has a big mouth. Yeah, Liam. But he did himself no favours on that. Although he bounced back from it, but, you know. Probably, yeah. Yeah, Liam. He did Rob Rye as well. Not bad. But not your typical kind of hero thing, you know? But not a bad movie, Rob Rye. Never bite the hand that feeds. Yeah. But I think it's Liam's personality. You know, he just kind of mounts off. Yeah. He doesn't think anything through. He just, you know, sprouts out the first thing that comes into his mind. If we all did that, we'd be in trouble. He has little self-control. Yes, that was Taffin. Are you referring to Taffin? Yeah. Taffin was quite good. He was a debt collector. Or, sorry, a debt collector. Yeah. It was done in that small Irish village, and he was kind of stitched up for a murder. It, as in Stephen King's It. He also did The Lawnmower Man. He did Live Wire. Yeah, he did so many movies. His home was all techie. Some dude took over his whole house. And that was Lawnmower Man, Roadrunner. And that was Jeff Fatty. Yeah. Oh, IT. Yeah, the computer. Yeah, that was a kind of rip-off of an old movie I've seen before. Yeah. I know the one you're on about. The computer took over his house. Yeah, he did the James Bond. Yeah. Yeah, he was one of my favourites, actually. My favourite being Roger Moore. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Bond. James Bond. Yeah. Yeah, he was one of my favourite Bonds. My favourite was actually Roger Moore. But then, you see, I started watching Bond as a kid with Roger. So, I've always associated Roger with Bond. I thought he was ideal for the part. Strangely enough, I cannot abide Roger Moore acting in any other role. But in Bond, I think he was really well suited. But I don't like him as an actor in anything else. That dude was in love with his kid and really took over his house. Yeah. Yeah, well, that reminded me of another old movie about a computer that took over the house. Going back a long time. What is it about Hollywood guys that tend to recycle old movies and just change them a little bit? Now I've got to load twice so we don't get any bugs. And then it is lazy, isn't it? But I suppose they have a point because they're dealing with another generation, but still, for the older guys here, like the biggest comparison I can get would be, let's say, a movie, with Kevin Costner called Dances with Wolves. I don't know who wrote the book or the movie or whatever. Then fast forward to, was it James Cameron's Avatar? Was it Avatar? That was an absolute rip-off of Dances with Wolves. They had just changed the Native American Indians with alien Indians. That's all they did. Very, very, very similar. But still a decent movie, you know? Which Dances with Wolves reminds me a lot of Jeremiah Johnson. But at least with Dances with Wolves, they changed it a lot more. Mm. Yeah, yeah, it was a good story. But, you know, it goes to show you too how you can come up with, you know, a smash hit movie and just change a couple of things from an old movie, you know, and just introduce it to a new audience. Yeah, Costner was good. I liked him in The Bodyguard. Yeah. And Waterworld. Waterworld was a bit of a flop. I didn't mind it. I thought the movie was okay and The Postman. Both did not do well in the cinema. Well as was expected. Yeah, the jazz singer, that was quite good. But let me see. Kevin Costner. Yeah, The Bodyguard with Whitney Houston, and he did quite a few. He did quite a few. Do you guys ever watch black and white movies? I do tend to from time to time. Just like my games. I don't really mind too much about the graphics and that, it's the story. Some old movies were, you know, pretty good. I think the more modern movies now depend too much on action and explosions and stuff like that. And the story tends to suffer, just like new video games. That's the one. That was my favourite version of Robin Hood. The lady Maid Marian was... it was an Italian-sounding name. She was in Spear, that underwater. Mestorano or something. Some name like that. But your man is dead now, the British actor from Die Hard. You remember? He was the German terrorist. He was the Sheriff of Nottingham. He absolutely made that movie. But I really loved Morgan Freeman in that one. There was a new one done. I think it was... Well, I seen it. I didn't see the director's name, but I could almost certainly say it was Guy Ritchie. Guy Ritchie is obsessed with slow motion. Alan Rickman. That's the guy. Alan Rickman, yeah. So it wasn't bad, you know, it wasn't bad. And Morgan's part went to Jamie Foxx, I think. Yeah, not my favourite version. There's another Irish actor did a Robin Hood version as well. I forget his name. It will eventually come to me. This Irish actor did a movie with Julia Roberts, Sleeping with the Enemy. Did you ever see that one? Yeah, he did a Robin Hood version as well, that guy with the moustache. Then there was another version, who was it? Russell Crowe. That was not bad. That was a different take on Robin Hood now, I didn't mind that. You know, there was one outstandingly great actor, albeit he was very old. I don't know if he's still around now. A German actor called Max von Snowden. Yeah, one of my favourite actors. He would have had a major role in the original Dune movie. And tons of other ones, yeah. Now, we have to get this one done, so just one little piece to get in. Yeah, Alan Rickman. Oh my. He was such fun. He died of a heart condition, didn't he? Yeah, I liked them all. And I'm still trying to think of that other Robin Hood. I can tell you he had a leading role with Julia Roberts in Sleeping with the Enemy. His name will eventually come to me. Yeah, yeah. The same guy who did Robin Hood Men in Tights. He was in The Princess Bride. Remember that one? The Princess Bride? Yeah. I've seen him here and there. Yeah, he never really got very far. Yeah. I remember that one as well. Earl Flynn, yeah. Yeah, he was. Earl was from some little Australian island, Tasmania or something, wasn't it? And Baby Fred Savage from the Wonder Years, yeah. Yeah, Earl had quite a reputation, Roadrunner. I did read a few, albeit a long time ago, a few of his biographies. Yeah, he was, let's say Earl was quite the ladies' man. Yeah, he had a notorious reputation, Earl did. Was it Tasmania or some little island, I think. Yeah. Yeah, quite a few. Yeah, Earl Flynn. He did a lot of the pirate movies as well. Yeah, he was a major Hollywood star in his time. You're going way back there. You're going back to the 1930s, really, isn't it? Then you had Basil Rathbone. You remember Basil? Basil would have been probably most known for his role as Sherlock Holmes. But he was always the bad guy. I don't know how many times I've seen Basil act as the Sheriff of Nottingham. But, strange enough, my favourite Sherlock is quite a modern one. It's a guy called Benedict Cumberbatch. He did a British TV Sherlock Holmes. I thought it was outstanding. And let's say Benedict would be probably most known for his role as Doctor Strange in the Marvel kind of movies. Is it Marvel or DC? Yeah. And Sherlock's, yeah. It would have been done, let's say, around the very late 1930s. So there would have been a lot about the war in it as well. I think they were all done by the BBC. And kind of propaganda kind of thing as well. Oliver Twist. It's been a long time ago since I've seen the Twist movie. Yeah. Oliver Twist and the Artful Dodger. Oscar Wilde. He is, yeah. Yeah. Or sorry, he was. Yeah, I've seen a good movie called Oscar Wilde. Check it out, get some. Stephen Fry, the British actor, plays Oscar in that. Stephen is one of my all-time favourite. Well, he's everything really. He's an actor, he's an author. You know, he's pretty good. But I really loved Stephen, and it made Fable 3 for me. He's actually a voice actor in Fable 3. He would be your advisor. You remember the guy that would tell you to put all the kids in the workhouse? You've played Fable, Roadrunner, haven't you? Fable 3. You remember your advisor, Lord something is his name? Or am I thinking of something else? He did a lot of BBC shows as well. That's where I would have grown up, let's say, watching... well, not grown up, would have been watching Stephen, let's say, doing his comedies and that. But a very, very intelligent individual, and as far as I can see, he's, you know, not a racist bone in his body. Yeah, Fable. Yeah, he did a voice on that. Reaver, that's the guy. Reaver, Lady Grey. Yeah. When I was saying Lord, I was thinking about Lord Melchif from Blackadder. That's the guy, that's Stephen. But he used to do a quiz show, which was very, very popular in Britain. I used to watch it. It's more of a chat show, really. And in lots of places in Europe. I don't know if it got to the US. That is what you need to be careful of here in the States. Yeah. Right around the 1900s and around the 1920s. So many movies were made. Oh, really? Oh. I didn't know that. But I'd imagine that would become apparent after watching the movie for any amount of time. If it had a kind of agenda. There we go. Now, we have to see if we can sort out this little guy. And this is the last one we need, and then we can do the decorating. Of course. Isn't it great too how some people can... What's the word I'm looking for? Simplify differences. And just say it's just a matter of skin color. You know, how simple and how silly is that? As if, you know, your skin color had anything got to do with anything. I can understand to a certain extent, you know, people having bad feelings towards each other for maybe political or religious beliefs, even though I think it shouldn't be. But really, skin color, unbelievable. I just gotta say, your voice is incredible. Oh, I thank you, Fun Dead Train. Oh my god, I watched the movie Juno again. Sounds familiar. Juno. Was Johnny Depp in that one? Or am I thinking about Benny and June? It does ring a bell. Nah, the insurance dude was her father. Oh, I see. It does ring a bell, to be honest. I'd probably have to see a little bit of it again before I'd... Oh my, I've watched too many movies. Right. Let's see if we can get this to work. Speaking of Johnny as well. Yeah, he got a raw deal lately. I hope he manages to bounce back, but you know how fickle Hollywood can be. I really loved him on the remake of Dark Shadows, that old US TV series. That was quite funny. I've always liked Johnny's movies. Oh, he had some kind of messy divorce with that one from that Marvel thing. But I did read some of the transcripts from the court. So I'll keep saying allegedly. Yeah, Johnny Depp is winning against his... Yeah, allegedly his ex was pretty toxic. Amber Heard, yeah. But what I've heard from court transcripts, oh my God, he was unbelievably a nice guy to put up with that kind of abuse, and there was mental and physical and strange and unusual abuse. I don't know how he managed to do it, to be honest. Um, but you know how Hollywood is. You know, I'm hoping he'll bounce back, you know, from that one. But Johnny can be a little silly. You know, he should have seen the red flags with Amber. You know, but like Johnny has been around a long time before that, and there was never even a whiff of anything, you know, like that. So, but I'm hoping it's not going to be a situation, let's say in Hollywood, where you know the lady's always right. I absolutely abhor, let's say, violence towards, you know, women. I think there's absolutely no excuse. But it's got to be noted too that, you know, sometimes, you know, it can be the other way around. So maybe this is one of these. Yeah. What happened with something? What's eating Gilbert Grape? Is that the movie you're talking about? Yeah. Gilbert Grape, I think it was. But yeah, pretty strange times we're living in with this kind of cancel culture. I think that's what they call it, isn't it? Now, trust me, there is some people out there that deserve to be cancelled. But I think the real question is, who gets to decide who gets cancelled? You see, where it can be a slippery slope. You know, it basically turns into a mob, a tool of suppression. If anyone has a different opinion than you just gang up and cancel them. Yes, and that was one of his first movies with, oh, what's his face, the director? Tim Burton. Yeah. They have a close relationship, Tim Burton and Johnny. Just wait till they call it something else in the morning. Yeah. Loved them in Pirates of the Caribbean, obviously. Any movie that Johnny does is really watchable. You know, he just has that presence. And then there was Sweeney Todd, obviously. He's acted a good bit with, oh, the one from Planet of the Apes with Mark Wahlberg. I'll eventually, he acted in Dark Shadows with her. I'll eventually think of her name. He did a few with her, I think. Yeah, I have to agree. And that's the problem as well. With things like that, it can be pretty much a mob culture. Yeah, Marky Mark. Good vibrations. And that's the same guy. Mark Wallenberg started off as a model, did a bit of rapping, and did some acting. And that's Mark. Yeah, Marky Mark. He's called a man of many faces, yeah. Oh, hi, MJ. Wasn't that Leo DiCaprio who did... Was it Gilbert Grape? No, when she said Grape, I remember the movie. I'm not quite sure who's in it. I think it was Leo. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Yeah. Hi, MJ. Hi, FGS. I will, FGS. First movie he ever did, to my understanding. Ah, right. I'll send FGS an invite. There we go. Now let me fix this one.
everybody.
Oh, hi FGS.
How you doing?
Oh, fine, thanks. And hoping you're doing well also.
Oh, doing fine.
Nice.
Hi, Lady Gray. Hi, MJ.
Now, let's
Hi,
see if
Miss
we can put
Roadrunner.
this one in here. We gotta be extremely careful with this guy.
So you doing good? Did you get good sleep today or no?
Okay, iffy. I got about 4 hours, but still.
Still iffy, huh?
Yeah.
4 isn't enough.
4 will have to do.
Happy birthday, MJ.
Oh yeah, MJ's birthday today. Yeah, happy birthday, MJ. Now, let's see if we can get this. Not bad, but it's a little low. How low are we talking about? Oh, very low. It needs to be dropped a tiny bit. Let me save this and we'll see if we can drop it. But just a tad. Just a tad. Speaking of Gilbert, Mr. Gottfried is up in the sky doing stand-up. Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, he died at 67.
Oh. Oh, oh my God. You mean he's actually passed away? Oh.
Yeah.
Sad. MJ, did you wish for snow? We had it today. Nice. I never forget Gilbert Gottfried. Oh, I've seen... Oh, I know the guy you're talking about now. Yes, yes. Oh, he's
He has
passed
a
away.
real annoying voice.
Yeah, yeah.
He was funny.
Yeah, I remember the guy. Oh, he passed away, did he? Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, he's got a real kind of squeaky kind of voice. He has got, and he wears glasses as well, I think. Was it the same guy?
No.
Like a kind of insurance salesman.
He doesn't
kind of
wear glasses, but his eyes are really squinted.
Yeah, that's yeah. I remember him. I can picture him now.
He likes squinting his eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I must watch that again. Problem Child. I haven't seen that in a long time. Now let's see. Yeah, I knew that wasn't going to work. Worth a try though. Oh, hang on. Let's see if I got all the settings done. Grid snapping. Yeah, they're all done.
Well, how much more do you have to put in this place?
Oh, a lot. I've only just begun FGS. Just taking my time, and we've been chatting here for the last few days.
I see.
Now, come on. No, that's kind of spoiled that. So, that's what we have a reload for. We need to drop this just a tiny bit. can't stop that. The jump, no matter what I turn off FPS. I've been using the other guy to snap it. It just needs to come down just the tiniest fraction. You should be able to do it from the other side.
Looks fine the way it is.
No, it's not. You can see it. Needs to be dropped down just a bit.
Still looks better than anything original in the game anyway.
Ah, yeah. Probably.
So why worry about it?
Well, I am a bit of a worrywart. That's not gonna work. That is not going to work. And that's such a pity.
Guess you'll have to leave it out.
Well, there's always a way, FGS. Always a way.
But it looks just fine when you put it up there.
No, it doesn't. How does it? Look how much it's off. Even I can see the difference. Oh, nice.
The building settled.
That
So
might
it went
work.
off.
His building settling. That's a good one. I might as well put some realism
just
into it.
Put it down to that.
It's settling. Okay. It's lower
You can't
friendly.
help
It's
that.
lower friendly.
Yes, it's bad foundation.
Oh my god. Looked him up, never knew his name. Ah, too bad. I might be able to stop this. If I can stop it from snapping, I should be okay. It's a pity. But this is just one piece. I will eventually get this and then I can move on to the rest of the things I want to do. I'll use this. Like this. We'll have to get rid of the guy at the back. And if this doesn't work, what I'll do is I'll leave it till later and get it done and just get the rest of the decorating done. It's killing me having to leave this. There. This should work. Oh my, the heat. Let me grab some soda. That would be in... Yeah, I'd be probably fretting about it. Roadrunner.
It's an imperfect game. I wouldn't worry about it.
Now.
I say just hang a light in that corner and call it good.
Nah. I don't know how I'm going to get over this. I thought I had it for one moment there, but that messed up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
So what'd you do for your birthday, MJ?
Okay, maybe
Anything
if I
special?
pull this out here, lift that up, and pull that right down to there. Let's see will that give us what we want. My God, that's stubborn. No, there's only one way of doing this. And that's the hard way.
Yeah.
It's a one-shot kind of deal then with this. So, it can be done. So there's no way to stop it, so I'll have to get this smack on straight away.
Well, there you go.
MJ sat in my garden
Agent
smoking this.
BB.
Hi, Agent BB. How are you? How have you been keeping? We're trying to get this last piece in accurately, and it's a battle of wills now at this stage. But it's slightly mislined. But this is a large medical center we've been doing here. You can imagine we've been quite some time at this one. Now it's I go something like this. We've got medical storage and exits and more medical storage or operating theatre. Pretty much the same here. And that breaks down into our labs, which we haven't finished, but we have finished our cafeteria on this end. Just done little bits we're kind of fixing up. Ah, that's good to hear. Myself, fine thanks, and hoping you're doing well also. Oh, way, yeah. It takes a lot of time to do this. We've been well over 200 hours on this one now.
It'll take him 200 to get this piece placed.
I'm telling you, this is looking to be my new longest build, FGS.
It seems like it.
Yeah. But
hi, Jill.
In my defense, I stop a lot for chatting as well, so you could take about 25% of the time off that, I suppose. Oh, hi, Jill. Hi. How are you? How have you been doing?
How's Mass Effect treating you?
That will eventually be our radiology. But let me get out of here.
I can imagine.
And I'll show you what it looks like. This place is huge, Agent B. So we've got our gardens, and being a medical center, we've decided to grow our own. Obviously with the golden rule of never get high on your own supply. So it's quite big outside, slightly unstable in the surrounding areas until we get a couple of celery sets, but as you can see,
I'm waiting for a crash.
No, you'll never get a crash on that.
Too much building.
Nah, you'll never get a crash. So it's very big inside. I do, yeah.
It's
tired
inside.
Oh, that's right. You get medicated off your own supply. So we have got car parks, hospital wards, reception. Yeah, we've got a lot. There's 4 of these areas, and that's just basically our stair system, which goes up, let's say, to every floor. 4 of those, 1 at each
And
corner.
the new one will be out in November.
Underground car park, bikes and workbench, electricity, that kind of stuff. Our second car park here. And then we kind of move up onto the next level. We also have a vertibird on the roof as a medical transport, albeit just a prop. That's right. I think Bethesda's new game is coming out. Oh, in December. Starfield. Yeah, that would be a good time. Yeah, for Christmas. Yeah, quite possible. Quite possible. Already medicated on some clementine, yeah? Wish I had wedding cakes or gato. Emerald Triangle.
It'll be out before Thanksgiving.
They usually kind of release games around... Is it August? Is it September? It's November.
But they announced
yeah.
it. They announced it 11/11/22.
Yeah, usually around November for Bethesda. Or December. Depends if they get any hold-ups.
Well, they haven't said anything about any hold-ups, so...
Yeah. Well, something like that, let's say. We'll kind of see it when we see it. Now, this is what I've done here. Let's say our driveway comes right up. But let's wait till dark here on this one. It's best to see the bar in it when it's dark, you know, just for the lighting. And of course the weather conditions are great.
There's still a lot of people playing Fallout 76, so I wouldn't call it a complete failure. They did fix it.
I feel like Fallout 76 is a failure. Wouldn't be my thing. It had a disastrous start. Well, there's a lot of people that won't bother playing it now, even if they do actually fix it properly. You know, the moment has passed, so they did herself no favours on that. I've never been an online kind of gamer anyway.
Games.
But it was too far flung from, let's say, Fallout 4 for me. You know, the online thing is not my thing.
Unless she likes Bethesda's games.
Yeah, they didn't do themselves any favour. Yeah. It will never do as good as it should have, but then they've just got themselves to blame. Like, years after, when they're still fixing the game is not good enough. You know, it's moved on now. Games like that get attention just for a little while, and if they're not up to scratch, gamers will just move on to the next thing. So, yeah, I think they gave themselves an arrow to the knee on that one. That I agree with. I stopped playing it, I was stuck with a hunger bug. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, you got stuck on that one. I remember the fire going invisible and slapping me all over the gaff. Nice.
Poor MJ. He's being ignored by Jill.
Gosh, Jill, don't even say hi back to me on my birthday.
Funny.
Think I'll go make a few tacos, then eat a giant piece of cake and ice cream. Nice. Yeah, usually when you don't hear from Jill, she's taken away from her screen for a while.
No, she's just kind of tired tonight. She's been talking a little bit. Or chatting, I should say.
So this is our bar. This we put a reasonable amount of work into. Complete with our security shutters. Which I thought was a nice little touch. So that's our bar.
For private parties, right?
Now we'll need some lighting here after. This is our reception area. And then, and these are not 100% finished, but we're getting close on the nursery. This
Just
is
like,
finished.
oh, hi, MJ.
Our nursery station. And this is our male ward agent B. And the other one is a duplicate.
And Jill, it's MJ's birthday.
And this I've still got to finish. And this will eventually be our nursery. There's not a lot more to do on this.
Sure is.
The other one is pretty much the same. How do I even get out of here? I'll have to go through the bar. Yeah, pretty much the same, except I managed to get the toys and stuff on this one, and I'll be doing just a little bit here and here, and then something with a hallway into our female ward, which is an exact replica of the other one, except obviously for the sign.
Well, there you go. You got your one stuff for your birthday, MJ.
And a small change here. And then there's the upstairs, which I just showed you a minute ago.
Now you have a star next to your name.
Happy birthday. Gifted it to everyone. Oh, thanks for the gift sub, Jill. I appreciate it. It's kind of you. I'm so sorry. I honestly forgot it was your birthday today. And I think yeah, we just seen the ones above. That's the operating theatre and the labs and that, but we can get to the roof as well from here, and that's the last area we haven't seen. And that's pretty much the build then. I've gone with a classic kind of stair look. A sign. And of course our vertibird. We have a helipad, a fuel dump, and our controllers just beneath. And up top,
pardon me.
Agent B, I got the best birth date here, I'll explain. The 31st of October 2004. Nice. How did I know you're busy with the deal? Yeah, just messing with you. No, everyone deserves to feel special on their birthday.
Except us old men.
Yeah.
Me and Croc don't count.
It took a while. Yeah, we stopped counting birthdays after half a century.
Yeah.
We were trying to go back then. Ignore them.
Yipper.
Pretend they never happened. And we still get to feel special.
Yeah.
Well,
Old.
yeah. Well, we're waiting for a sponge bath in a retirement home.
Yeah.
That's when we get to feel special. Hard to believe it's always 3 months. Yeah. Oh, is that all it is? Just 3 months?
Yeah. It's been 3 months.
I thought it was a bit longer.
But at least he's feeling better.
Oh yeah.
Well, at least
Well,
he's
still,
good enough to eat birthday
I'm
cake
still
without
here.
being in pain.
In my 30s, another year. Yeah, you're still just a kid.
Yipper.
And that's it. The settlers I don't bring in Agent B till the end, because as you can imagine with these kind of bills, the last thing you need, stressing out the entire game, is the settlers. But if we bring them in last, and we're careful, I do intend to bring in a massive 20 settlers here. We'll see how this all takes it. We'll see how it takes it. Well, that's it so far, Agent. That's everything we've done. We've done other builds that I might show a little later. We've done the White House. We've done our take on Bates Motel, that old Psycho Hitchcock movie. We've done a Red Rocket themed biker bar, a cultist settlement, a prison, a huge botanical biodome at Grey Garden. We did a kind of Institute meets the Jurassic Park at Nuka World. I think we've done a few more. Oh yeah, we did a huge cathedral at Spectacle Island. We used about 90% of that. Kind of unstable, but a miracle that we got away with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, time presses on.
I'm never going to leave my 40s. Once I turn 39, I'm a new 39 for a long time. Nice. I'm probably about to devour an entire cake except for a whole tiny piece of hum and until I never got to leave my 30s. Well, I never got to leave my 20s, Joe. Man, I'm 17 and feeling old. How do you do this, Joe?
My sister, who is a year older than me, she stopped
only
counting
35.
birthdays after 29.
I do feel like I did probably, Ghost 15 years ago. So I can be, yeah, sure, 24 again, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Right, let's load this up.
Might have to thin that beard out a little bit, but...
Just a tiny bit. Now, yeah, we're doing this one. So let's see. I really want to get out of this piece before it bugs out too much. This is the glitching area. A double load will help. And the crazy here. I'm sporting a new hairstyle myself, a kind of Mel Gibson Braveheart kind of do. All I need now is the paint. Dude beard. No, do not chill, Seth. Okay, we'll try and break this little guy down
I
again.
can't stand a beard myself. It's too itchy.
Itchy,
so I keep a baby smooth. I keep a baby smooth.
I've got that 2-day-old stubble that will have to go pretty shortly. Yeah, depends. Yeah, the beards work sometimes, and sometimes stubble works. Okay, we have to do this the hard way, unfortunately. The first guess was pretty accurate, but not accurate enough. Not too short, not too long, yeah. I like having stubble, especially, yeah, with longish hair. Yeah. Right, let's get this one in. Is anyone else feeling the heat tonight, guys? Humidity here is ridiculous. About 90. What's it like where you are, FGS? Warm? Cold?
Well, it's been cold here for a while.
Oh, I've got all my windows open. I can't remember the last time I actually ran the heating.
Oh, jeez.
What was that? Dude, you're starting to look homeless. MJ.
MJ sent Jill a picture of his beard, an
My
updated
beard
picture.
will get cut after I even get married, so most likely never. Dude, you're starting to look homeless. It seems like the blonde is coming back. No. Oh my. You know what? We just might get away with this. Oh, so close, Croc. So close. It's not jumping now, we have a chance.
Oh no! Let that hair grow wild, look like a caveman.
There you go, FGS. There you go, that's good enough.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, there you go.
There you go, guys. There we go. Right, let's carry on. Get rid of that. I get rid of that. And then I replace
This bush
the side
sticking out of
piece.
his pants again. MJ, cut your hair.
You need a haircut. Oh, you guys should see my 60 hairstyle. Kind of a Skyrim do. I think I'll do those little braids on the side. You know, like the
Joe,
Celts
close your
used
eyes,
to do.
take a deep breath, and imagine MJ.
You know
with
what
a
I've
fig
noticed,
leaf.
Jill? Since I did let my hair grow long, first time ever. I've been alive a long time. I've always had a kind of business haircut. My hair has become really fine and light. It used to be pretty, you know, heavy. Yeah, it's like it's kind of stretched out like a piece of chewing gum. So now it's silky smooth. Yeah. Silky smooth.
You should just get a bowler hat and some glasses, MJ.
Maybe someday a special person will cut my hair. But I'm going for a cousin it thing by the time I retire. Hair braids, yeah, war paint, yeah, woad, yeah, and a kilt and claymore. Yeah, the woad paint was a Celtic thing. Yeah, the Scots did use it. It was typically blue. The woad. And basically when a Celt put on some woad paint, yeah, it was time to get out of town. Yeah, that's what I'm going for, yeah. That's totally what I'm going for, get some. Yeah.
There you go.
A Celtic croc. Something to behold. I'm going to try it for my next Gecko Caveman commercial. Or Geico. Sorry, Geico. Oh, Geico, the company, yeah.
Yeah, they had those caveman commercials.
Yeah, I think I've seen one. But I only seen it on an American TV commercial, I think. I do sometimes.
Insurance so easy, even a caveman can do it.
Yeah, I think that's the one, yeah. Roll. I look like a ginger version of John Wick.
Oh, geez.
Ginger John. Red John. What about Red John? Nice.
Bloody John.
I have so many relatives with red hair. Unbelievable amount.
Jonathan Wickerson.
Jonathan Wickerson. Red John. Yeah. Do you remember that serial killer guy from that TV show, The Mentalist? He was trying to track down that serial killer called Red John. I have a few friends actually called Red John. And a few relatives. Hmm. Yeah, and they've been around a long time. And there's some old ones here from, yeah, roughly around the same time as the pyramids. How long was it? There's been human habitation here, I think, for the last... Oh my. I used to know. But I know
It's been about 5,000
yeah,
years at
yeah,
least.
something like that. Maybe even a little more. Now basically the Celtic tribes kind of broke out and spread out, you know, Scotland, England, you know, all of that, and Ireland here. The Normans was the last invasion in England. It was the Saxons. Yeah, the Saxons would have, let's say, moved the Celts out from there, but they managed to move. They couldn't do Wales and Scotland, so it kind of carried on there. Let's say from there, the Vikings didn't have any better luck either. Hmm. That's right. Yeah, they came down from the kind of the Iberian Peninsula. Yeah. Now, we've got this in, so we've got to save that. It was too much trouble getting that piece in. We've got our side piece in. So, this is what I want to do now. And this is where the decoration starts to come in. Well, we eventually got that piece in. And it looks pretty good. So, now, the next piece. Yeah, Wickerson. What is work? Is wanting long hair. Oh yeah.
What is with his wanting long hair?
What is
what
with
she meant.
his wanting? Oh, long hair. Who's wanting long hair?
MJ.
Oh, yeah, I lost track of the conversation.
He's grown it out like a caveman. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
We'll call him Encino Man.
I will get these ones in, and what I want to do is I will be pushing these down to a certain level, and I want to get it about...
Jill, I've had very
there.
long hair for a long time.
No, this is my first time.
In my youth I had long hair, but in the last decade it's been short though.
Never for me. Almost
But
kind of
in my
military
30s and 40s, my hair was over 3 feet long.
Oh my.
Yeah.
What is with guys with long hair? It's sexy, Joe. Isn't that right, FGS? Back me up on this one.
I don't know. Depends on how you look.
I think the Bretons in France have long passed, yeah. The last speaker of Breton Gaelic was an old man that passed away somewhere.
I think being
in the
younger
20th
with long
century.
hair is okay, but older doesn't work as well.
My granddad did know a bit. Yeah. There's still parts in Connemara, but yeah, as a fluent language, it's gone. There is still some of the old guys that would have maybe retained maybe certain words, maybe from the whole dialogue, maybe just 5, 7, maybe even 10%. But yeah, as an entire language, it's totally gone. Oh god, I found the worst Twitch emoji. Oh my. I meant it is sexy. Okay, Jonathan Wickerson here. Now these ones, we will have to match them up correctly. But we just bring it down to about here. Like so. I just rock that there for a moment. There, and we'll push these guys in. And you'll see what I'm going for on this one. Gotta be careful on these, and they've got to be, you know, pretty well done. That's good, that's good. You see that one is a little bit iffy. There it is. We gotta hide that little piece of chrome. There. Ah! I know exactly what's wrong with this one now. We'll just give it a little push. Ah. There we go. Now I get the other guys in and I just quickly get these done. No. Though I am proud to come from such ancient peoples. There's a lot of Viking blood here because, let's say, the Viking occupation lasted, I think, a century and a half longer here in Ireland than it did in Britain. Once they got the run from Britain, let's say. But they did found the capital city, Dublin. That was a Viking settlement. I think it was called Davina, which gets its name. Yeah, Dublin. Or in Gaelic, I'd say it would be Baile Clia. Yeah. I'm actually really good about it. But it looks like people are going to judge me regardless. Dude, I forgot I'm level. Oh my god. 1538 on Fallout. About to reach 1539. Oh my. So things while I'm out here building. Yeah. Ah well.
Shit happens.
Yeah. I found that as well, MJ, pretty strange. But I never really noticed it until, let's say, as I said, I usually dress in suit and shirt. I never wear casual clothes. It's either that or I'm in kind of work overalls. Well, not anymore now, I'm retired. But I remember I didn't have time to get a proper haircut. That's how busy I used to be. So I had the bride out there picking up one of these home shaving kits. And unfortunately, I gave it to my wife to do my hair. But it was kind of okay. She missed a little bit on the top, so I asked her to redo it. She forgot to add the comb. So she just basically went from my forehead right to the back of my neck with no comb. So she gave me a reverse mohawk. I looked a little bit like Krusty the Clown with this kind of haircut. So that was it then. So I had no choice. I gave myself a Vin Diesel haircut. I shaved it bald, like Kojak. And this was during a half-decent summer. So I remember I was in my working clothes
That's some funny stuff
and I was going to the bank,
right there.
and I noticed that as I was walking along the path, people were looking at me strange from a distance and crossing over the other side. So yeah, I totally believe it. People will judge you by how you look, which is strange because I found the people that you should not trust is the people that look really normal. They're the ones to look out for. They're the successful ones. I would never judge someone by their haircut, their skin color, or that. It's not a good way to judge people. You'll almost certainly be wrong every time. The Mohawk turned out into Hog Rider. Yeah. But yeah, I know where you're going with that one. People can be judgmental. Now I totally judge Croc. If I seen him walking down the street, he would say, "Oh my God, what a hunk." That's exactly what you say. And thanks for following, Agent PP. I appreciate it. And welcome.
Oh, don't worry. He wouldn't be walking very long. He'd probably trip over his own dick.
I'll say this, what I usually say to my wife. I'm a little bit like love heroin. Yeah. Just one taste of me and you're hooked for life. That's how bad it is. My God, she gets really angry when I say that. Fuming. Oh. Packing something.
Yep. It's called bubble
Like
wrap.
a little bit, yeah, but like 100 times more addictive than crack. Yeah. One hit and you're hooked for life.
He's more like fentanyl, huh?
Love heroin. And now the kind of Gaelic philosopher, Braveheart
We'll
kind of a
just call him
haircut as well.
Croc.
It adds to the complete package, you know.
We'll just call it Crocaine.
Crocaine, yeah. Good one. Let's just say I've been threatened by my wife about my hairstyle on several occasions. I think I'm donning it just to tick her off, to be honest. Who cares? There's just more of me here to love. I sent you one without my beard and hair, Jill. Oh my. From one extreme to another. There. We'll move this guy in. It's roughly about the same. Now I get this one in. Come on, Croc. That looks pretty decent. Ah, messed it there. Very hard to do this with an Xbox controller. Ah! Come on.
So how's Fallout treating you, Joe?
That's it, we got it.
You
We have
having
it.
fun with it?
That's 2 out of 3, guys. And that is a pretty good guess.
No, you haven't? Oh, too bad. Oh, that's right. You've been busy with Mass Effect.
There. That's it.
Yeah, me too. I'm still playing Mass Effect 2.
Okay, just one more. And we've got this in. Hmm. You definitely look a lot different, dude, I swear. I built the biggest in Fallout. Nice. I'm happy and sad. It took me 4 hours. Tears of joy. I haven't played Fallout in a bit. Been obsessed with yeah, it's the story. I'm the same if I get into
It
a
really is,
story.
Joe. It's
Mm.
it's hard to put down. It
Yeah,
just
the old games were always like that,
it's so
weren't they?
good though.
They concentrated on some really good stories. You don't get that from a game anymore, do you?
No, you don't. Yeah, I
It's
mean
just the
it's hard to
basic.
find a good story.
The games are okay, and it's full of action and all of that stuff, but they're lacking stories, you know? Hmm.
BioWare was
Mm.
excellent with
The story, yeah.
storylines.
Story can be bad.
They really were.
Like, a game doesn't have to have a ton of action and special effects. It's nice to have that as well, obviously, but for me it's always been the story. That's why I liked Oblivion so much. Unbelievable
Yeah.
story. Oh, close. Close, 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 close.
Yeah, it's all the lore behind it too. I mean, they pack it with lore.
Yeah. Always adds to the story, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I mean, you
Yeah.
find out about all the species and all that stuff.
That's it, guys. We've got our counter system in. Now, they're meant for a kitchen, but we've reversed them. The colouring is good. So we'll have a chair on each side. So now we'll look at the decoration. We're getting there.
Yeah, it's good on both. It really is.
This
You know,
took me- yeah, totally. I can't...
it's that's what makes it fun.
Jumping off the ships in Mass Effect. Yeah, I've never played it. Too tempting. I've never played it yet. Mass Effect. I think there's a good middle with Mass Effect so far. A good story and a good amount of action. Nice. It's like Halo and Gears of War. Oh, cool. But literally nobody will romance me in Mass Effect 2.
Garrus will.
So
Garrus will.
you're looking for romance.
Garrus will romance you if you pursue him.
Well, isn't it lucky they didn't make a character of me in a game? Everyone would want to romance me.
No, you'd be shot in the first scene.
Nah. Nah. Everybody'd be looking to romance me.
They call you Reaper and just freak out and leave.
Dude, I've been trying with everyone after every mission. Oh my. No one has time to talk to me.
Well, you have to do another main mission before they start talking again. But make sure you have your side missions done first.
Now, here's something I was looking at. We need some kind of mirror system. There is mirrors here, but they're a little small. I'll show you these guys. And I think they might work. I make time to talk to them. Yeah, you gotta keep regularly checking their dialogue options, I suppose. Easy to miss them
Yeah.
when you get involved in a game. Did you ever do that? Miss opportunities for dialogue options? I used to do it a lot, especially in Dragon Age. No one but Caden will ever love me. Ah. And even he broke my heart. Ah.
Oh, Jill, that's wrong. Because there's another character, I don't know if you've got him yet, and you can romance him. His name is Thane.
Ah. Now, I'll grab some soda. My God, this heat.
You can romance.
I'm doing good. Loyalty test right now. Nice.
Yeah,
I
those
got married
are
in
fun.
Skyrim. The bride ran away immediately. And when I got back to Solitude, she had another guy inside. Who did you marry in Skyrim? Yeah, I took well,
Oh, I see.
let's rephrase that. I married the Queen of Side Cleavage, Aelia. Exactly like my life, except I didn't get married.
You rather romance Jack? You'd rather
Rather.
romance Jack?
Dude, I kidnap people in Skyrim. I think I married a dude on accident.
Jack is an interesting character. Yeah.
Now. Now,
in Mass Effect 3, she looks even hotter. Just saying.
Here's the guys. Now, if we get lucky with
Jack
these...
and Jill went up the hill to get a bucket of water.
We just might be able to get away with these. Oh, they're not exactly a mirror, but I wonder what these enlarge. Oh, you can look. Oh my God. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, Mass Effect mixtape.
Been waiting a box of crackers ever since they changed the name. When the mixtape gonna drop. I used to like that. I hope they left the nuts in the same. Now, that's the only mirrors we have, guys.
So it's no longer Cracker Jack, it's Cracker Jill, huh?
What will happen with Kai in ME3? I romance someone else in ME2.
You can still romance him. Or not. It's up to you. It's on how you decide to play the game.
No. Let's see if we can get these ones in. I'll have to go.
If they start calling it Cracker Jill, I believe it has no nuts. Just sticky popcorn.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's more of a half one, so I'll have to go a little central on this dude.
Yep, his picture on your face
there.
desk, on your desk will go face down.
There. That would be our mirrors. But what I want to do with these guys, I'll get the grid snapping in, and that should straighten them up. They're not bad, the mirrors, they'll probably do. Will he be mad if I romance someone else? This picture is on your desk. We'll go face down. Dude, Croc,
Probably
nice.
not.
Blood bugs are in this. Yeah, they're nasty pieces of work. And they'll really, you know, put you under if you're low level.
He does forgive you if you do.
There's a bunch of them, Agent B, around Tappington Boathouse. Yeah, if you're low level, they'll take you out quick. Nasty. Yeah. I don't want that. But a girl needs some action once in a while. Yeah, there's a few different species. There's like 4, isn't it, different species of blood bugs in this game, FGS.
Yeah, there's a few of them. Stingwings, blood bugs. Pardon me.
No problem. So what have we got? 1, 2, ooh, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Yeah.
There's still all kinds of romance options there, Jill.
There.
Yep, he left you hanging.
Now, one more. So, it's not bad that we even had him, or they're not really meant for this, but we can make it work.
You could even romance Liara.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's where we gotta go. It's about right. There. That's our mirrors, guys.
Oh, you took down the Shadow Broker. Nice.
Now,
I just finished that today. The Shadow Broker.
we've got plenty of stuff for the table, hairbrushes, all of that kind of stuff.
No, I'm not too far behind you.
Signage is the big thing. Let's see what we've got. We've got tons of... Well, I have the barber poles here, so... It's a pity they don't move, but still. Right, time to save, I think.
I'm romancing Tally in this one.
Took down the Shadow Broker. Oh, it was so funny. Right after that thing, he died. I'm going to finish the line quests. 2 left. Then do the side quests before I do any more main quests. Yeah.
Tally Zora, that's Normandy.
Right.
I just did her
Let's see what we've
loyalty
got.
mission.
Ensigns.
Her loyalty mission is probably one of the best. Yeah. Her loyalty missions is one of the best in the game, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, I bet you did. It was really good.
Now, there's a couple of things I can use here. And these ones don't look too bad, but we'll see. Now, this is where we have the barber signs. There. I would like to get them on this barber, let's say. We'll just sort that one out in a moment. So for the time being, I think that's enough on the windows.
And the last DLC you can do at the end of the game if you want, after you do your game.
I sort out the measurements later. Now, we don't need them here, obviously, but there is something here that would be
Yeah, she has a good voice.
pretty decent. And it's meant
She's a sweet girl too.
a tailor shop, but it might work this. Anything about one each side of the mirror like this, and we'll hide
It's
the bottom piece.
the one DLC that I'm talking about is the oh. Is the one that you do for Admiral
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. The height seems to be a little different.
oh, what's his name? Admiral Hackett. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one you can do at the very end of the game after you beat the game. Then you can go back and play that.
We could do something like that.
It's not necessary. But as long as you do it before you start Mass
Any
Effect
mods
3,
in
it's
Fallout
what you
where
need to
I
do.
can get normal clothes. You're best to do the cheat
But
terminal.
if you've already done it, it's okay.
Yeah, Agent BB. You're best to do the cheat terminal. Let me show you the cheat terminal. There's lots of other stuff, but you don't have to use it, you know. But you can get anything that's in the game.
Yeah, you can beat the game.
You can get it.
And then
so I'll show you
beat the game, go to the DLC and play it.
I'll show you the terminal, Agent BB. So it's called a cheat terminal. I'm on Xbox, so it's cheat terminal Xbox.
Or you can play it before you do the game. It's up to you.
So just go into items and equipment and go down to, well, there's apparel, weapons, armor. So if I go into apparel, you can go into factions where all the stuff from the Brotherhood of Steel, the Children of Adam, the Gunners, the Minutemen, the Institute, and the Raiders. Like let's take for instance the Minutemen. So that's every piece of item of clothing from the Minutemen, even the General's uniform. Or let's say the Institute. You can get as many as you want from it. One each time, even the Cursor uniform. The Synth uniforms are quite good. They're nice and clean. You know, all of the scientist stuff and all of that.
Joe, just as a precaution before you do the
so then there's the pre-war stuff.
The suicide mission, do a save. Because if you choose wrong and you get people killed, you might want to try it over until you save everybody.
All the jumpsuits
so have a
as
save
well.
Before you do this. Have a save before you do a suicide mission.
And then there's military. Well, basically, every piece of clothing in the game.
Yeah, that'll help because you'll want everybody back in the game because you'll want to see them again.
And it's all free. You don't need any materials or anything to, you know, to get them. Even the Sea Captain's hat. All of that stuff. Then you can get the stuff from the DLCs if you have them, obviously. So you'd be going down to download. Where is it?
I can't believe how many credits I have.
There it is there. Downloadable content. You know, from the DLCs. Where you get all the weapons and armor as well. Yeah, but it's a very, very popular one. It will be very, very easy to find. It's called a cheat terminal. That's just a tiny fraction of what's in it. You can get all your materials for building as well. And lots of other things as well. all of the unique stuff and a lot of quest item clothing. Be careful with the quest item clothing. Save before you download any of that. It might get stuck in your
All right,
menu.
everybody, I'm going to go ahead and take off. Everybody have a good night. I'm going to play
No
some
problem.
Mass Effect.
Ah, nice.
Have fun.
Have a good one, FGS, and enjoy your game. Thanks for
I
stopping
sure
by.
will.
And have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, how do you get so many credits? Oh, in the game. Yeah.
All the side missions.
But that's outstanding if you want all of the outfits and that. You'll even get dog armor, super mutant armor, you name it. Every piece of item and clothing and gun in the game is somewhere in that terminal. And you can get it as many times as you want. Let's say you want to give all your settlers the pay and spray gun, which is one unique weapon. You can download 20 from this, as many as you want, and hand them out to your NPCs. So it's pretty good. Now, yeah, I think we'll do those. And we just need 4 more in. Then I'll do the little decorations along the table. We'll get in our barber chairs. Maybe some kind of shelving or a little something on the side. Do the lights properly. And then that's our barber shop. That should do. Now, okay. Yeah, we're going in for these guys, so just finish the rest of them. Well, that will be the last of the neon. If we put too much neon in here, we'll absolutely make a mess of it. With each side of the mirror, we should be able to get away with that one. That's our problem there now. We can't go back 3. Oh, we can. Just. Ah, the writing at the bottom of this is making it pretty hard to grab onto this guy. Come on. Our writing is in the way. I can't see the edge. Okay, we'll have to do it the hard way. That's as close as it's gonna go. Yeah, this is horrible. No, this is not gonna work. We might have to change this to actually to 2. The 3 thing is not working. There's too much of Let me just build 2 more and I'll change the settings. That might help me. See, I wanted to get them 3 back, but it's too close to the edge. But I might be able to get it in. Okay, I've got to go into lock mode. No problem, Jill. It's sleepy time for me. Sorry. The distractions tonight, Croc. No problem, Jill. I didn't mean to take away from what you were showing. Oh, no. It's okay. It's absolutely okay. I hope everyone has an excellent evening. Good night, everyone. Good night, Joe. And thanks again for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest and a great day tomorrow, Jill. Take care, Jill, and stay safe. Bye. And happy birthday. Nice. We hope you have a good day. Nice. Right, we'll change the settings. This is kind of slow, but still. We get it done, we get it out. It's the grid snapping. That's the one that wanna get this, but the problem is with the grid snapping we can kind of push it in a little bit far as well. We'll see if it works. Yeah. Once the chairs go in and we do the little bits of decoration, it shouldn't be too bad. But originally I was going to get those robots in here. But that didn't work out. And this is a bit better. Ah. No. That's not going to work. Okay. I should have known. Forget about the grid snapping. Okay. Okay. Always a problem with these. So, I don't even mind going, let's say, even on the second one. Yeah, that would probably work. We could go central on that. If the other two work. See, ideally I wanted there, but that's not going to happen. So, right. We'll go straight down here. And we'll should be able to get a decent. There, that's pretty much dead center. So we gotta do the same with this guy. And etc. with the other ones. Come on. Yeah, we can work this one. There. Yeah, that works. Same difference really. We just use the third one. Now yeah. And the very last one. I'll have to do something with you. There. Now. Come on. Okay, guys. We have it. That's another part. And there's my dog. Hello, Toby. Who wants a cuddle? Does somebody want a cuddle? Yeah. He's so tired. Now don't wake Rex. He's still asleep. Yes. Hey, the good doggy. Yeah. Good doggy. Now. So what I'll be doing with these guys here, we'll be moving those in a moment. I made a few more just in case, but I think all we need is 3. Now, again, we'll save this. So, we need tons of junk. Something we will be putting in, let's say, a barber shop, scissors. We'll see what's in creative clutter. Then I'll try OC decorator. Haven't used that a lot. You know, just for the little details. So, let's see what we have. Creative clutter is pretty decent, so rooms, bedroom, blah blah blah, bathroom. What's in the bathroom? Clutter. Yeah. Moisturizer. Okay, we could moisturize the radiation wounds. We'll leave those there for a second. As a maybe. Oh, that's kind of not bad, but the book is it? Nah. Clutter, beauty clutter. No, this is a barber shop. We shall not contaminate it with beauty clutter. What's that? Oh, shaving kit. Well, it is a barber shop. It looks more like, yeah, a shaving kit. Maybe. We'll put it down as a maybe. Let's see what else we have. Well, the towels are not a bad idea. We don't need any sin thingies. What's that? No, toothbrushes. Towels, yeah. We would need a sink, wouldn't we? This would be a decent spot to get a sink in each side. Where did I put those sinks? I think they would work. I think they're just below me. I can bring them up instead of building them. They're down here in the nursery. I have some outside, I think. But I think, yeah, the sinks would work. It's a barber shop. Gotta cover every inch of the wall. Cool cave type things. I like things, items, gas donated, etc. Yeah, maybe a few posters or something. Within reason. There they are. We definitely need these. 2 of these. Where did I? Well, I'm best to find them. It's going to take too long to crawl up. I'll find them in my menu. But we go with sinks on each side, I'd say. Now, let's see, where did I see those sinks? Oh, that's a problem, yeah. That's going to be my next build, I think, a barber shop. I had a nice small one. Ah, nice, in my old playthrough. Cool. I'm going to do something a little different with the lights in a moment, but they're actually in here, I think. Furniture, containers. And right down the back, and then I've got to size them to the size I want. One of the few items I can do, but nearly sure they're in here. Yeah. Well, there they are. Now, we'll add about 50%, I'd say. Oh, okay, maybe a bit much. I want to get that. Okay, we might have to drop 2. -1. -1. Perfect. So 3. Oh, really? Sometimes it's a bit funny. I'll have to move that so I can get it to... Something got to do with being too far away from the workbench, I think. That with a towel and some kind of soap rack or something. And that would work. And then a decent poster that I could work something out. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Right, we need to set these central. And obviously, we need our grid snapping. We'll hide the feet as well. The floor is just thick enough to do so. I made some saloon type hairdryer chairs using airplane seats, I think. The medical floor light, yeah, glitched behind it. Turned out awesome. Nice. Had to resize the light, but it looked perfect. Oh, that's good. I've only about 4 or 5 items I can resize in this, and I don't even know how I can. I think it's something got to do with the Place Anywhere mod. If there's a certain script or something on something, I can, you know, pretty much get it done. I'll start to push these ones in now in a moment. That's always the little details, isn't it? We get this in nice and neat. I've got some shelving and I've got some mannequin heads with the hats. That's a possibility as well. There. That's central. That would work, I think. Now we need to get the other guy in as well. There. Oh, hang on. There. That's our sinks in. That would have been my best build if Piper, if it didn't get totally bugged out. As also is what wore you out, yeah, Lucy saw it. Give her a tour on my stream. Cool. My internet is pretty bad, so I don't know how, stable it was. I do have lots of screenshots of the build I did. Oh, that's cool. Now, okay, so we're pretty okay with that one. And the barber signs I'll fix in a moment. The last thing we can do is, too much on this. But I tell you what I do have. I think I've got the Voltec barber sign as well, like I've done outside the doors. We totally get away with one of those. Where did I see it? It's here somewhere. Here somewhere, so... Observation nursery shower elevator depot. Okay, it's not there. Residential maintenance, laboratory, clinic, cafeteria, barber. There it is. Can't get better than that one. It's a stroke of luck. You see, I've done these. Well, we'll be doing these. For the stairways and the labs and that. That'll be the next thing to do on this. Just like I've done on the rest of the settlement. That works out just good. There. That's our little barber sign. She helped me with a lot of tech things like the load order and stuff. I didn't even know you could broadcast to stream. Yeah, I think you can on all the platforms. It's just a matter of working it out. No, that's not bad. I don't know which ones I put, let's say, over these. I don't have no stairwell ones. Probably exit. Residential. Why would I have going with a residential? And that should... Oh. Okay, we do... Well, it is up to residential areas, I suppose. The only ones I had. And I needed something. Let's see what I did on the other one. Oh. Okay. That's another thing I'll have to fix later. There's been a slew of problems here getting these signs in. Let's have a look and see what I've done here. I think if you do yourself as the mannequin heads, I've got some, yeah, in Creative Clutter with the hats. I've got the mannequin heads on that. Oh, I didn't put any on this either. Well, it's really exit zone we should be using on these, isn't it? I'll change those two later. I'd prefer to go with an exit zone sign on those, to be honest. And these, I don't know, they're labs really. Yeah, they should have it. Here, I'm not sure what I'm gonna put there. I have some auto docks somewhere. They might work. But I haven't done any of the silly stuff here, strangely enough. So what have I? Basically residential. Well, you would have residential, you know, for bars and stuff. Yeah, exit zone. I got the other ones wrong. I knew I did. Yeah. Okay, let's go down and sort those ones. I hate to see a little mistake like that. I must have been rushing. Well, it would have to be residential on the bottom. Ah, you stupid idiot, Croc. It's not an exit, we're going up. It's an exit when we're one story up. Okay, that was stupid. Yeah, that's why I put residential on these. It's not an exit if you're going in. And this is the ground floor one, so... that's it. We'll leave that. It's actually exit from the top. Because we're going out from here, we're actually going in. Right. Let's get back up and we'll save up here. That's why I did it, I suppose. I don't have all the signs I would have liked, but... where's the exit zone on this? There it is. Exit zone. Exit zone. And this is the nursery, is it? No. That's actually where we have the operating theatre. So I didn't have that, so I put observation. Close enough. Sometimes in an operating theatre you will have an observation room, but that's what we'll put there. And that's actually in the other one. Let's get these in before we carry on. Just get the tiny stuff out of the way. Perfect. We try to get this section 100% finished and then we don't have to double back here later. There. Just two more signs, the observation ones. They're back here, I think. What would be cool if you could put your own wording on these signs? How cool would that be? I'll show you the stuff in a moment, MJ, from Creative Clutter in the trading section. But, you know, it's just mannequin heads with hats. Well, let's say we're selling hats there as well. That's if I get stuck. I might not need to use them. It's nice to have the option. There. Just one more and then we'll sleep and save. And here I was kind of stuck, so I'll put in a little fire station on each side. It kind of works. I was lucky I had the extinguishers and the sign, so. Ah, come on, Croc. There. Oh, I could still... I kinda like the clocks here, to be honest. Let's have a look at them. Well, not the lit one, and the ordinary one. You would really want to go with one in the center for that, but the mirrors took that option out. Let's have a look at that one before we save this. Nah, too big. Too big. I'll leave it back there for a moment. Now, we totally need to sleep. Then we'll clear the weather and save. Oh, hi Mikey boy. And thanks for the resub. I appreciate it, it's really kind of you. How have you been, Mikey boy? How have you been keeping? Yo. Yeah, we're doing our barber shop. We're kind of getting there. Yeah, we're just taking our time. Doing it and chatting the usual stuff. So, what have you been up to, Mikey? Okay. Yeah, we've got this part in here. We've got some decent, you know, barbershop chairs. That's really why I decided to do a barbershop, and I had the signs as well. The mirrors are from a bedroom mod, but I think they work. Ah, good. Ah, that's good to hear. Ah, back to work and feeling better. Ah, that's good to hear, Mikey. Fine, thanks, Mikey, yeah. Not doing too bad. This week has been a little better for me. And nice to know you're doing well also. So, what have you been up to today? Maybe just been working, got back and sitting back down relaxing, or have you been doing any playing today or anything? Yeah, so this is what we've been doing. These ones take a long time because we've got to glitch almost every piece in, but yeah, we're getting there. I do have a little plan for that later as well, but I don't want to rush it till I get some of the decoration done. I'm getting small stuff up that I kind of, well, I won't say missed, I ignored because it was slowing me down too much. But we're almost finished this large section. Well, this is the kind of build because it requires so much decoration. This will probably be my longest build when I'm finished, I suppose. I still like the butcher's pub I made in Sanctuary with mods. Nice. I called it Beat the Meat. Nice. Yeah, but it's still quite funny. Full day at work today. 4-day weekend now. Ah, cool. So you get a bit of a break. But still, it's nice being busy, but it's nice to get a break, you know, every now and again as well to kind of recover. But I find that, say, when, you know, you get holidays, let's say, from work for the 2 or 3 weeks or whatever they used to give, well, that would have been a long time ago for me, but it was always hard getting back to work again, you know, and getting back into it. Hi, Pinecone. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome. And thanks for following Shadows. And welcome. And welcome, raiders. Yeah. And the trash. Nice one. Hi, Pinky Bear. Hi. Yeah, we're doing our barber shop here in our large. Hi. Hi, Shadow. How have you been? How have you guys been keeping? This is a barber shop we're doing. It's pretty detailed, so it's been, you know, taking a while to do so. This is a large medical facility we've been doing at County Crossing. We're doing it on Xbox, and we're using the free mods from Bethesda. You know, just modded pieces like Snappy House and USO and SOE. It was great, thanks. Oh, cool. 9 hours in the wasteland. Oh my. And thanks for following, Pinky Bear. I appreciate it. And welcome. So this will be our barber shop once we're done. But the decoration on this takes a long time. But I'll give you guys a tour. I'm not sure if you've seen this one before. And I'm still in the process of doing the stairwells. Been taking it out one little piece at a time. We've got car parks, medical wards, operating theatres, nurseries, gardens where we grow our own meds. I haven't brought the settlers in yet because that would cause me a lot of issues. I intend to try and squeeze in 20 here, but to say I've pushed this cell is an understatement. So that's the size of our little medical center. I will get a little bit of rendering issues out here for a while till I stop building and get a couple of cell resets, but I don't know how much more this cell will take, to be honest. It's not a big settlement, but I didn't use any mods to extend it. This is the, you know, the natural size of the settlement. We'll stabilize a lot once we get inside. So here we've done some water features. Oh, hi Lycan. Are you going to do the Voltec? Yeah, I'm going to have to do that quest. But that one will take a while. I'll have to go in and do a few quests. That will probably be near the end of all of these. But I'm going to go friendly on that one. I'm going to do it all Voltec. You know, I've got a lot of Voltec stuff. So this is what we've done here, and as I said, we have 2 gardens where we, you know, we grow our own stuff here. And this one is, well, basically an exact replica. We've managed to keep the ground level here where the old fire was because of Doc Anderson, Doc something, and his crew. They're hanging out here sometimes, so they don't get liched to the ground. So, have you been liking? I never found out before. Do you play on PC? I'm on Xbox, Pinecone. I've always played on Xbox. Never played on PC, never even used a PC. Oh my. A PC now would be like introducing me to a PC, or trying to explain using a PC to me would be like trying to explain Bitcoin to a medieval farmer. It's beyond my comprehension. Can we keep the pets research specimen in the vault? Only quests I remember there is the Voltec stuff. Yeah, we can keep that. But no, that's the only thing I think, Mikey, we can keep. Without mods, that is. Ah, that's amazing that you do this. Oh yeah, no console commands or anything like that. Yeah, I do use mods for modded pieces. Oh, hello, iWork. Thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome. Yeah, just the likes of Snappy House Kit, USO and SOE, various decorating mods. They're just basically more pieces, if you know what I mean. Yeah. I do use a pretty handy mod called Place Anywhere. You've probably seen me use it a few times. Not impossible to do these without it, but it saves me a lot of time. So inside, yeah, I suppose I could get this done better and quicker with a PC, but a PC would, I don't know, that would probably take me years to figure out how to use it. So, as I said, these guys are stairwells. We've got 4 each side. Oh, there's the doctor.
Doc Weathers is guaranteed.
Weathers, that's his name, Doc Weathers. So 4 on each side. I haven't finished here. I'm thinking about moving in these dumpsters in here instead of the bikes I have, which I'll probably do a little later. But we've got a bar as well, and the barber shop, medical wards, operating theatre. It's taken quite a while to do this. Oh, you're not talking about the quest. Maybe not kill all the baddies and build a lab around them. Just sounded fun. Yeah, in my head. I don't want to say too much. Yeah, if someone hasn't, yeah, for spoilers. No, I was just being... No problem, Pinecone. Curious. And doing this on console makes it all the more impressive. Nothing is impossible on console, to a certain extent, but even, let's say, in vanilla, we still had, you know, the rug glitch, and we had, you know, the pillar glitch, which I used to use a lot. I probably even forget about how to use it now. I'm playing on PlayStation 5, working on Century. Oh, nice. Right now. I had 21 settlements and got that that bug. Usually the guys on PlayStation get it, but we can get it on Xbox as well. The 0 kilobyte bug. That wiped my cloud and took 20 settlements. So then I decided, you know, that I'd start uploading them regularly in, you know, to YouTube to kind of save them. But I've been taking precautions now. I've been doing every settlement on a different profile, on a save profile, and not using any more quick saves or overwrites. But I lost a lot of settlements, but I'm back up to about 8 or 9 settlements now, maybe 10. But these guys take a long time to finish. But I did, the ones I have now, let's say, I've done a Red Rocket Team biker bar. I did a cultist settlement. I did an Alcatraz prison build. I did a White House. I did a Botanical Garden biodome. Oh, what else did I do? I did a huge build on Spectacle Island. I don't know how I got away with that one. That was massive. We used about 90% of the island. Yeah, I've never seen a bigger build on anything. Oh, my save file has begun crashing constantly at 6 hours now. Do you have any problems saving? Pinecone. If it starts to tell you stuff like you don't have any room left, then you're finished. It's all over then. It's called a 0 kilobyte bug. I've had it 4 times on Xbox. And it always happens when Bethesda start messing about with the Creation Club. They started messing about with the Creation Club for Skyrim on the engine. And then a couple of days after, yeah. It's something got to do when they change over the info on the servers or something. You get corrupted save files. And on console it means we're pretty much done. Because when we start our console, we've got a synced cloud to play. Or it crashes. As buggy as 4 can be on its own. When it feels like it. Even the limited PlayStation 4 mods you control at a game. And it performs great. Nice. Just gotta get... Yeah, the load order. Yeah. My load order is pretty okay. You know, but I've trial and error with it. But I don't keep a ton of mods. Very limited amount of mods. Here we've done the second part of the car park here. And the car park is pretty much done 100%. But I've been jumping to bits and pieces, not quite finishing. It's a habit I have to keep me interested. You know, if a thing goes on too long, it can burn out, you know, if it's too repetitive. Now we're still in the process of fixing up the stairwells, but we'll go right back here to the main driveway. And I'll show you what we've been doing here. You'll see bits and pieces scattered around like that, and that's because I haven't decided what to do on them yet. So this is our main driveway. Going up to our casualty drop off. Don't know what I'll do with that yet, but we've got a reception area here. Which kind of breaks into our stairwell on each side as well. Now these are just some shelving. I've kind of glitched them together to create that kind of look. It's a bit like FF7. You can mod it to hell and back. It doesn't care. It'll just break when it wants to. Oh, that kind of thing. Some games are strangely robust and fragile. Yeah, at the same time, I find this about, let's say, Fallout. I can literally get away with murder on building. There's just a certain system I have, let's say, if I follow it. You know, you see that? And that's nothing got to do with overbuilding. And that's actually got to do, in my opinion, with the telegram poles outside. Always had that issue. when developers actually, you know, smacking those guys. Always starts from that. Or a rock with some water animation as well. But it eventually gets worse if you keep building. Now, this is one of our wards. And this is the male surgical ward. We've got our little night nurse station here, and this is quite big, let's say, for gurneys coming in and out from our main driveway. So we put in a lot of details as well. On that we've even got a little medicine bobblehead in our nurse station, and of course our male bathroom. Scrap That Settlement is really useful mod in my modded character. I use Scrap That Settlement as well, STS, and its add-on, Living and Dead. Yeah, it's about the best of the scrapping mods. It doesn't allow you to scrap the buildings. You can get rid of some trees and plants and rubbish and stuff, but I only use it if I have to, if something is absolutely in the way and I have to move it. But even if you do a settlement and you have that scrapping mod in your menu, it does increase the chances of phasing, I call it phasing, but rendering issues as well. But having said that, I've got rendering issues in vanilla without any mods, and I've got rendering issues in tiny settlements with no more than maybe 20 pieces added to an original settlement. So the thing is always there. It's just, let's say, you greatly increase the chances of it, you know, starting when you use mods, or when you overbuild, or when you use a specific scrapping mode. And the female ward is over here, and we've named the wards as well. And we've named the settlement as well. I usually, let's say for someone watching, we would put their tags up. So this is exactly the same, except for the bathroom we have the female bathroom, and instead of the shaving area we've got a little makeup station. Now these two break out to two nurseries, which are not 100% finished yet, and the hallways I've got to sort later. But we've got a good bit done. I've just got to decorate here and a couple of other plans I have. But almost there on these. The other one across the way is exactly the same. Have you used Place Anywhere? I find that the most useful of all my mods, Shadow. And this is our bar. So they have a bar here as well, but with the lighting I put in, it's best to view this one at night. Easy to lead half a settlement with that mod, yeah. Make regular saves. It's a good one though, yeah. The Scrap That Settlement, I have no buildings. Well, no buildings with script at least. So that's our bar. And this took a lot of work to do. It was complicated. So that's our bar. And of course our other nursery here, which is far from finished. Well, we're getting there on that. With a name for the sexiest year ever. Nice. Now, as we go upstairs, most of the stairwells I have finished. I've got to do something here as well. This will eventually be our radiology department. And this will be 2 labs. We've got the outside done. Just little waiting areas. We've just got to finish the labs. Now this goes straight out to our operating theatre. So we have medical storage, our exit, and that goes out to the barber shop we were just making. Oh yeah, that part. And medical storage again. We had to use a vault over here because of the sheer size of this guy. That guy was complicated because we had to fit 2 walls in. Took a while, but we got there. This is a glitching stuff again with the shelving. And this is a combination of consoles, shelves and tables. And of course our gurney to make our operating table. I should be able to get an NPC on that. Who was shooting? Oh, outside. Probably some random spawn outside with some enemies, I'd say. It happens quite a lot here. Probably the doc and his guards were probably passing where the ghouls are, let's say down where the buildings are, most likely. This is our bio ICU. Here. And this breaks out to an area exactly like that. And again we've got our medical storage, exit zone, and medical storage. This is our cafeteria. And this one took some time. Oh, who are we shooting? Well, on this playthrough, irony. Oh, irony. It's a kind of complete, let's say, building playthrough. I had the playthrough absolutely finished, every single last quest, and I was doing all the settlements. Then I got that 0 kilobyte bug, and it wiped everything. So I just come back in to just finish the settlements this time. But out of sheer spite, let's say, to Todd Howard, I decided to, you know, fix them up a lot better this time around and take the precautions, like I said, you know, no overrides, no quick saves, and 1 settlement per character profile. So that when I load it up now, you know, it's just 1 at a time. It's a large medical center. This is just part of the build. Irony, yeah. This is just a small piece of it. But there's also wards, and there's a bar, medical storage, operating theatre, nurseries, car parks. Yeah, there's a lot. There's even, I used a vertibird on the roof as emergency medical airlift kind of thing. So that's our restaurant, cafeteria. So we put a lot of detail into these guys. And that goes back out to radiology as well. We'll have to do that later. Well, I need something to take my mind off the call I had tonight, so I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you had a bad call, Irony. I hope it's nothing too serious. Now, that's that, so... Yeah, that's where we're working on the barber shop. And then, and this is going straight to the roof. So, we've got our helipad, our vertibird, and these kind of flight controllers beneath, and a fuel dump. And of course our settlement sign. And we've done this for the Brotherhood of Steel pieces. I'd rather not. No problem. Go into it. Sure. And here we've got our helipad and yeah, that's a vertibird, but it's just a prop, but it kind of works, you know. We've added blue light on top, obviously, our smoke animations on the engines, the signage on the side. I managed to glitch in 2 pilots. And inside, yeah, let me get in here. I haven't brought in any settlers yet, we'll be doing that. That's the very last thing for here. It is, yeah, from the game. It's one of the Brotherhood of Steel vertibirds. Kind of works with it. It's from a mod called USO. It doesn't fly or anything, but it's just a prop. And that's the flight recorder from the game. And we just put in a gurney, first aid box, medical signs and equipment. And that's basically our airlift. Kind of works on a hospital. Gotta get the guys in fast, I suppose. You see that? That's a typical thing. And that's what we've done so far. Okay, I was halfway there. It looked like they were getting the tank. We said they aren't. You don't. No rubber brains. They're from the Mechanist DLC. You're familiar with that little quest? But the phasing should settle down a little afterwards. It's just, I keep aggravating it in build mode. A couple of cell resets would work, I'd say. But I don't know how much more this cell will take, to be honest. I haven't overbuilt like this before in this cell. They do. Robots do. It is, yeah. What I didn't like about the DLC is you're just going over old ground. It's not like, let's say, Fire Harbor or Nuka World, where you get a new place to explore. You're just going back over the same thing. Just some quests added to the same areas. But yeah, pretty good. You know, you get to make the robots and that. Now I always do a reload after that, twice. And my console runs a lot smoother, let's say. Right. And I always have to sleep after something like that, and then we're ready to finish this one. I wanted to go to Nuke World so I could get my hands... Yeah, I've seen them, the AKs. Yeah. You get two new places, yeah. More dungeons. Yeah, Far Harbor and Nuke World. I preferred Far Harbor. It was closer to, you know, what the Commonwealth was like. Nuke World was, yeah, it was kind of okay, but pretty empty, I thought. But in the map and the other quests are in the base map, yeah. Okay, I put a decent amount of work into this so far. So let's see if we can finish this guy. This kind of takes time because you're not only fixing it up, you're deciding what to place here with the decoration thing as well. I played Far Harbor. I remember seeing... Yeah, there's harpoon guns. Yeah, there is. Nuke World has barely any story. I thought so as well, like case. Far Harbor I preferred. But the weather conditions are ridiculous. There was no need for the weather conditions. I like it because I like battling. Nice. And hi, Lyle. Far Harbor and Nuke World were their own beasts, yeah. I did prefer Far Harbor. It's like, let's say, in Oblivion. The Shimmering Isles was okay, but it was too different from the game for me to like it that much. Now, I'll just grab some soda, guys. It's extremely humid here. Very warm. And then we'll see what we can do with this. I was thinking about going with a kind of classic poster here. Oh, of course, yeah. Well, there is a story. There's not much of a story in Nuke World. And then the silly thing of going back with the raiders and raiding your own settlements. Oh. Like, obviously, you're going to take over all the settlements in the Commonwealth. And then trying to keep your raiders happy. Oh my. We'll be doing lots of decoration on the table, but... And obviously bringing these guys in here. You know, we'll have them like this. You know, and then we'll have our little barber shop. Now, I'm looking for just some kind of poster. I do have a poster mod, but let's just see. Let's just see. It's not that one. I think it's in USO. Oh, it might be. These are not bad, but well, as these ones. I could actually use these ones. I don't need the light coming out. These might work. And there's other ones as well, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I was struggling to remember the name. I just keep calling it the Mechanist. Yeah. Get 2 new dungeons. Yeah. One becoming a settlement. Correct. Technically, yeah, it's not a settlement. It's very, very similar to Boston Airport, where it's quest related. Let's say the the only way to get settlers in would be to move them there. Yeah. And lots of things you can't build there without mods. I usually plan for them to have our least favourite settlements, yeah, or the wrong side of the map. So I don't have to see them. Nice. Good job, yeah. 3 times in a row trying to explain that. But I just do open season there, guys. I've already got the achievements, and I've never really liked being the bad guy in the game. Of course, if I'm achievement hunting, I will. Oh, cool. Well, it is advertising a haircut, isn't it? Well, it's advertising a little bit more than a hair. A bit much. Something... well, that's the only thing I can really find. It's not bad. Well, oh my. That's a little bit better. Something a little bit more tasteful. I wonder, can we change the size of these signs? Drink nuclear soda. I wonder, can we change the size? No. Well, it's hard to know too. We could be out of reach of the workbench. Something like that. I don't like the rust, but it's probably the best I could do. We could always scrap it later, come back later and have a look at it if we see something more appropriate in the menu. Now the mod is pretty strange because let's bring it down here. No, we'll see. Yeah, I was right. We can actually. 1, 2. We'll bring it down 3. That would be better. Well, that's one option, which is not bad. And then if we find something better down the road, pretty easy coming in here and scrapping that and replacing it. So let's see what we've got. I kind of knew, let's say sometimes when a piece is too far from the workbench, you can't really get to it. And that's the kind of stuff we have, so... If we see anything that even comes close to... These are a little bright. And a bit revealing, to be honest. Something more of a 50s kind of style. Oh, that's... Oh my god. That's an... Oh my goodness. These are just some other ones. Let's see. Okay. Oh, that's not bad. The Tesla. Yeah. Well, it's something dark. Oh, that's not good. That's not bad. Yeah, I like that, but you know, now we need another bright one. That's not bad. The sunset. I've always liked those. It reminds me of what was it? New Vegas. We used to raid that Sunset Sarsaparilla factory. I think that was New Vegas, wasn't it? Oh. We need something with a colouring. Oh, that's again too revealing. That's not bad. The French Connection. Yeah. And something about a robot. That works. Colouring is pretty similar. So let's say we go with those two. Let's see, is there anything else that's even remotely... No, that's it. They're the two we use. The blue... Yeah, do you remember the bottle caps? Yeah. And then there was this scavenger that would try and kill you. You killed her and you could take... What did she have? 7 blue star bottle caps. Yeah, the quest wasn't really good, was it? You cash them in and you get, you know, the reward. I remember going for that. I even forget how many we needed. Massive number of 50 or 100 or something. She had quite a few. But even without her input, I think you could, you know, eventually, yeah. Yeah, a necklace with them, yeah, something like that. We'll just take them down too. And we'll see how that goes. That's not bad. The colouring works. Oh, do they? Yeah, 7, something like that, yeah. Oh. Yeah, it probably takes a long amount of time. I got them kind of quick. Everyone talking about how horrendous the assault rifle in the game looks. Horrendous. I care about it if it kills good. Yeah, if you're talking about the AK, yeah, they did paint jobs on it that, let's say, is a little off. We could do it that way, or we could make it a little smaller. But that's not bad. We'll get rid of that one. Oh, hang on. They require electricity. I want these guys to light up. Oh, you're kidding me. Okay, we'll use the other ones. The other ones should light up straight away. We'll have to hide the light on the top, so we'll have to push them in. I didn't notice that. And these ones light up here. I want them to light. Ah, come on. Here it is. These ones light up already. We'll get to 2 from here. Should be the same on this one. Okay. I even forget the ones I've used. Oh, the guns ones, isn't it? Yeah, and then the other one. And that's a pity. There it is. I forgot that they don't actually line up. And there it is. There's the 2. Okay, we'll just resize them. Yeah, we need the lights on them. Not the AK. The water-cooled assault rifle. Yeah, I didn't pass much notice on it. Yeah. Machine gun thing. Ah. Yeah, it starts well when nothing until you have enough to unlock things like... Yeah, the HQ. I got 100% on that one, so yeah, I did all of the stuff. I think I played that one on survival. That was fun. But it's a much tougher game than Fallout 4. Like when you meet a Deathclaw in that game, you really meet a Deathclaw. Here you can pretty much take them out quickly. Okay. So, we'll add these guys. Now, we could make them a tad smaller. We'll have a look in a moment. Maybe 1 at 3 that I said. We'll try 1 at 2 and 1 at 3, and then we'll see which one is best. But I'm thinking maybe 3. The double barrel shotgun, nice, is a good pickup no matter how far you get in the game. Upgrading it is just a beast. Nice. Now we could go with something like that, or we could drop it down 1 more size, which I think we should. And it would just give us a little bit more room. Oh, we could also do 4 signs. I think, yeah, I think that's the way it would have to go. Unless there's something decent we could put on the side, which I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we got any more. I've only played on survival. It was the first way I played it. Fallout 3 felt chunky and easy after that, yeah. Probably should have played 3. Yeah, before New Vegas. I played 3, I think, before New Vegas. Now, if we're going center with that, it's not bad. But what about if we did something like that? It's not bad. Our problem is the colouring on the other 2 sides. We'll see if we've got anything sensible. But that would be the way to go. We get our towels in, we get our sub dish probably. Yeah, we should be okay. I'm looking forward to have a survival play on Skyrim. But I'm hoping it's just not, let's say, like I've nearly always played on Legendary on that. But I'm hoping it's just not like kind of an inconvenience. Instead of making it harder, let's say you'd be ducking and diving in from the cold and just the inconvenience of having to sleep and eat all the time. Well, we'll see. I've always preferred the game in vanilla, to be honest. See if we can get 2 similar coloured ones. No, we'll go with exactly the same 2 on the other side. Why not? Yeah, we'll match it up. The 10-minute beat is also good. Yeah, it's very, very popular. Yeah, it's given to you at the start. You can just play the entire game. Yeah, you can. With the right build. And the ammo, yeah, the ammo is always plenty. Yeah, we'll go with 2 more of these. Why not? It doesn't have to be different. That will be our decoration for there. So we want that one. And we'll drop it down 3. And this lady here. We drop it down 3. There we go. And then that one. the wrong one. Stupid. Oh, I just gotta put that back up too. There. Right, let's move these guys out and get it done. I still picked a double barrel shotgun as a backup. It just destroys. It's fun. Yeah, it is. I've almost always done a playthrough, let's say, in vanilla at least, with good night, Lady Grey. And thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe, and have a great day tomorrow. Bye. The Thompson isn't that bad either. Same, but mostly just because I like it. In vanilla, my two favourites, I would almost always carry them, would obviously be the Deliverer. You know, it saves a lot of ammo for a kind of lower level guys. And I would almost carry the combat rifle, the Overseer one that you buy in Vault 81. I think it's the Overseer. Yeah, the 2-shot one, combat rifle. Someone place these guys, and then we should be okay. Now, exactly where we will place them, we'll use that there, drop it up, and hide that as much as we can to about there. Now I hope that works, because we've hidden quite a bit on that one, maybe too much. That's roughly about right. There. That would work, I think. Whenever I see a bolt actor, I go, gimme, gimme, gimme. Whereas just a chop down pistol or otherwise, I can just upgrade a chop down one back to full one, yeah. Any combat rifle is one of the best in the game. Overseer's Guardian, that's the one. Is there to get though, it is. I've always liked that weapon. And that one is giving me a bit of hassle, but there. That should work. Now, we just get the other two guys in, and hopefully you see, this has always been a problem on this. 1.5 here from this side. Yeah. I'm gonna have to guess this one. That's it, guys. Yeah, that would work. We just need our towels and maybe a salt dish. That should do it. Yeah, with a big bow. That's why this... Yeah, it is, but it eats ammo. Absolutely eats ammo. Okay, let's save that. That would do. So, a couple of towels, I think. I'm not sure about the soap dish, but we'll see. There's gotta be something we can put on this. All right. There was these as well, and they weren't bad, but I prefer the other ones, to be honest. I wonder, could we go with those? They're a bit much, to be honest. I could put them in if I change the setting, but nah. Now, that's definitely one. You always need a towel. That one, I'd say. I think that would do it, guys. That would work. It was as good as it is, yeah. Fine. Looks like a Tommy gun. Nice. I remember giving the silver variant of the Thompson to Nick Valentine. Nice. Right. Yeah, okay. I don't know, do we want to leave it up that high? That is kind of high for what I want. Okay, we'll change the settings. That guy is messing with it a bit. Well, we can get around that. And just get it slightly above that one, I'd say. And then I realised that even the NPCs needed ammunition. Yeah, for the guns. And that should give them. And the settlers, apparently, even just one round will do. But yeah, what I usually used to do, when I give my settlers, I'd give them 20 rounds, so I could keep track. Then after a large attack, when everyone was shooting everything, I would go back and check their inventory, and they all still had 20 rounds. It's just they need ammunition to start with. But technically I think just one round will do, but I always give them 20. And anyone with, it's just a thing I had, anyone with miniguns, I would give them 100 rounds. But apparently all you have to do is give them one. That won't do. That won't do. Now, how is the other one? Central. There. And just one more piece. Yeah, I think it is one round, yeah. Game weapons, people could put loads of things. Yeah, in the settlement storage. There we go, guys. Not sure if we should center that, maybe. That one is pretty much centered, but this one, not so much. Yeah. Well, we got the sides done anyway, but that took some time, didn't it? I'm a little sour about the building limit. Yeah. The building limit is pretty easy to get around. Although there is a price to pay. Even, especially without mods and whatever, I would suggest the less buggiest way to do it and the easiest way to do it is any guns you get, let's say, that you're not using, dump them out in your settlement and scrap them. It doesn't take many. If you get short, you can buy some cheap pipe weapons at any of the stores. You can scrap all of the junk you have in your menu as well, but weapons is the quickest way of doing it. I've often overbuilt a settlement by 6 or 7 times in vanilla, just using the, scrapping the weapons thing. I can't take things from the safe though. Yeah, that's why I always store it there. Yeah, they'll take stuff from the workbench and that. So, rightio. It's been so long since I've been questing on this. I forget half this stuff, really. Yeah, if it's good. Yeah, exactly. There. So this is where we do a save. Well, first of all, we need to fix the settings. Well, that's pretty good. I kind of like that, to be honest. The best of a bad situation. Now, some more junk for here. So we'll try the OC decorator and see if it will give us anything. Not hoarding weapons and crime is a trick. Yeah, for freeing up space and helping it. Yeah, run smoother. Or giving it to a settler who might make more use of it. Exactly. But the Skyrim game has always run kind of pretty okay for me. Fallout, different story. Now let's grab some more soda at RC. I don't know what we have in the OC decorator, but the way it works, you would need the cheat terminal for it. And you would download the item and that would make it static. You know, now I'm half tempted to just take my PlayStation and my TV over to my uncle's house so I can just re-download Fallout 4. Nice. The game is very, very, very replayable. I've always found it to be by far the most replayable of all of Bethesda games, and that's including Skyrim, although Skyrim is my favourite. But there's only so many times you can do the quests, and mods don't make a difference. But it's the building part. You know, I could do this settlement again and spend weeks on it. Still get the same enjoyment, but, you know, by building something different. So, yeah, it's the most replayable game I've ever had. That scared me, yeah? But even if you're not that much into building, and you're really burnt out from the quests, you know, let's say once you do start building, you might, you know, get a liking for it. It's a nice change. You don't have to build like this. You know, you could start off, you know, let's say on a smaller scale. I'll go kind of lower friendly. Yeah, it's Friday morning, guys. The last working day of the week. So, I said I was going to check OC Decorator. I haven't used this a lot. I've only downloaded it a couple of weeks ago. But personal effects, decor and general items. Let's see what's in here. No. Towels, and we've got them in the other one. Desk. Fans are not bad, but not for here really. Let's just see what we have. Oh, the phone is not bad. I've got one with a pad, but that's pretty good. Pillows. What's that? Desk claw hand, typewriters. Junk, 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 junk. And then more junk. Yeah, lots of junk. My goodness. I think maybe they overdid it on those. Toiletries. Ah, okay. The brushes and the soap. Well, definitely the brushes. Double bank holiday. Oh, really? Last working day was yesterday. Ah, yeah, not working anymore. I've really lost track of, you know, of bank holidays and things. It's been how long now? Probably 8 years since I took early retirement. Yeah, probably about that. I tend to even lose track of the days, guys. You know, when you're not working, days have no meaning. The minigun should load better, yeah. It is for everyone else in the game. The hairbrush is a bit... not as much as I thought it would be, because the hairbrush, okay, we used a browner one. Fancy hairbrush and then just hairbrush. So, the hairbrush... What's this? Personal effects. What's that one? A baseball sign card. Nice. And keys and just some personal stuff. The ashtrays would work here from Creative Clutter. Oh, okay. The hairbrushes are the only ones that can get that make any sense. And pocket watch. Just the hairbrushes. What I have to do with the hairbrushes. Okay. Let's see if we can find them in here. Where would it be? Magazines, bubble sales, quest, bulk craftables, paint, military garageware, chemistry equipment, bottles, flesh and bone bundles, toys, sports, vases, readables, cookware, houseware, tableware, appliances, cleaning, deskwear, stationery, other. Oh, really? This could take forever. Cleaning. Ah, here it is. No, we've just got the fancy hairbrush. Ah, hairbrush, here it is. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's our hairbrushes. I'm also slightly disappointed that the suppressor is slightly up there in levels, yeah. Kind of hard for those who want to make a stealth build, or yeah, right out of the gate. True. Want to know a trick for that iron? If it's in the base game. Right. So 3 brushes, and then we'll have to. Yeah, ashtrays. Why not? Cigar ashtrays. Kind of my go-to in something. The colouring is kind of decent. And then we'll get our chairs in, and obviously we'll go with some kind of rugs. Personal effects. Toiletries. Where's the hairbrush? There it is. There. So, these guys here, a shaving kit. I want to push those in the corner. Like so. And then this one. Where could we put that one? Centered on that. And this one. And then this guy. Whatever you go. Go right back to the center one on that. There. And then these two. And we'll soon have this finished. We don't have a ton of stuff, let's say, for a barber shop. It still needs to bolt action, yeah. This guy. Center. Now. We don't have a ton of these objects. We don't need too much anyway, but still we need a lot more than that. Oh, the soap is stupid. Oh yeah, we get the ashtrays. We see what else is here. They buggered up pipe weapons because... Yeah, you get... yeah, the 10mm first, yeah. I don't think I've ever used the pipe weapon. Yeah. Would always go with a 10mm till I got my hands on something better. Let's say in vanilla I used to carry a combination in weapons, you know, because of the ammo. I was never really into buying ammo or that. Always liked to kind of scavenge it. Oh yeah, you can. You can beat the whole game with a 10mm. Just getting the perks on that. Keeping a lookout for a decent 10mm, especially a 2-shot. You know, if you can get your hands on it. Some interesting 10mm out there. Legendary ones. No. It's really nasty, isn't it? But I don't use power armor regardless anyway, but I definitely wouldn't use the power armor. Okay. There might be some stuff here. Oh, the radio is tempting, but... no. But what I was really looking for... All the bugs were not bad. Yeah, I kinda like those. It does let us fill it up a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, let's say we go with the books for the time being. Oh, where's the bit? Oh. Interesting. Won't be using those. Oh, where's the ones I was looking for? Oh, the ashtrays, here they are. I think that might be just enough, guys. We don't want to over-decorate. There. Right, we're almost done with the decorating, guys. That'll be a big difference when we get our chairs and stuff in. There. Not bad. I forgot she was called... Oh, Trudy, yeah. And it's not terribly expensive with jobs. I've rarely used melee weapons. But on New Vegas I used to use them a lot. Couple of good ones. Early on, let's say, you get your hands on the fireman axe. That was pretty good. The problem was they would deteriorate, but I found the most useful perk on that New Vegas game was Jury Rigger. At least then when you got a decent weapon you could, you know, regularly fix it up with anything even remotely similar. There we go, guys. There. So that's our decoration. I have a little bit to do with the lights. And this is what I'm thinking with the lights. And then we can get our chairs in. Well, that's about as good as it gets for a barber shop, and then these guys. Let's see what time it is. Oh, we still have time. It always takes time to do these. No whiskey. Yeah, no flour. By Abernathy. Yeah, and the Mentats. Now, okay. These I think will work. Especially with the colouring we did here with the dark kind of wood look. And this will be the last of the additions, let's say. These are actually for a floor, but we can make them work, I think. And this is in Snappy House. We go down to furniture. Gotta make do with what we have. And it's these guys. There's that one, and then there's that one. Well, obviously the first one. We need 3. I wonder how they would look on the barber's chairs. Interesting. I can glitch them, you know, down a little bit more. Oh, maybe. I can glitch them in later. It's not a biggie, but an option. Now, we can do a little thing like that. Yeah, create a little... I wonder if I went central with that one. Yeah, we could get a whole piece out. It's possible. A bit time consuming, but you know, something like that. And then I could have glitched the light in. Maybe. Okay. It is a little different, I suppose. Just a matter of getting them in. So what have we got? 1.5 on that. Let's get this guy in. I think these will work. Just gotta make sure we have them leveled up properly. Yeah. That's a tiny bit. It's not bad. And let me see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's a problem. It would have to be central on that one. Not ideal, but I think we can still work it. But it would need to be dead central. Out there. Wonder how that looks. Well, the other one has been covered, so that's a no-go. There. That's it, guys. We just gotta get our lights in that. We should be able to do it with a little change. Alright, Aaron. I go now. No problem, Aaron. Yeah, take care and stay safe. Have a great rest and a great day tomorrow. Bye. And thanks again for the follow and hanging out. I appreciate it. Stay safe, Aaron. Bye. I really should go to bed. Oh, nice. Then again, I shouldn't have had 2 coffees. That's one thing I could never develop a taste for coffee or tea either. Yeah. But I do have a weakness for soda, which is way worse. Yeah, I'll be able to get the piece in. It just makes it stand out. It's really meant for the floor, but you know, it's all about adapting it, I suppose. That one. That should do it, I think. Takes a while, but it's fun. It's not for everyone. And then again, the coffee we use here tends to be, pretty cheap. Supermarket stuff. But I suppose if you were introduced to coffee at a young age, you'd, probably develop a taste for it. But I was introduced to tea at a very early age, but just couldn't do it. That should do it. It's just 3 lights. But the chairs will really make this. When I seen the chairs and the signs I had, yeah, I knew I might have been a few pieces short, let's say, but we got it in with, let's say, some of the bathroom stuff, and the mirrors weren't too bad. Oh, why, thank you, Mike. Ah, okay. We could just go without that stupid grid snapping. It can be helpful sometimes, but not on this. Now let's see if it works. It should. We need to half hide them. I had fun building somewhat intricate homes. Yeah, more in this game. Yeah, same for me than any other. You've just all the patience to make something. It is about patience. It is. I've always had a reasonable amount of patience. But for me, I do it absolutely for a distraction. And it's pretty good for that. While I'm doing this, I can kind of empty my mind, if you know what I mean. Which is pretty good if you're, if you got back problems, pain problems. Even just a little escape from that drudgery of pain is welcome. That's what we'll go with, guys. I want to leave the edge on it. That would be perfect. And these ones will be able to even switch on and off, so yeah, I think that would work. That would work. I went with the darker ones here instead of the bright ones because of the wood. So 3 of these, couple of mats on the floor, fix the signs on the windows. Yeah. The door, I might use something different on the door this time. I just get these in roughly for a moment. Nice for a minute. And yeah, pretty good. And that's 2, but it needs to be raised just a tad. There. There we go. 2 out of 3. One more. It is, but isn't everything, in a sense, Mike? You know, you watch a movie, you know, to a certain extent it's escapism. You play a game. Yeah, a game, let's say a game would be the most classic example. You know, unlike a movie, you know, let's say a game, it's sheer escapism. And the same can be said for a book. Yeah, yeah. But it's nice to clear your mind. Some people have hobbies. Same thing, really. Just we all have different ways. Ah, you. That's why I double click an item. The problem with an Xbox controller. There. Okay, guys. Oh, that one is so off. It's unbelievably off. You see that one? Oh, hi, TM. Hi, how are you? We nearly have our barbershop done. It's taken an entire stream to do this. And maybe an hour and a half I spent beforehand as well. But still, we're getting there. I have enough friends and I can always make more. Yeah. That's not why I'm lonely. Just your games console. Yeah. The portal to fun and escapism. Yep. Said that in a nice way. Exactly. Oh, that's good to hear. Fine, thanks, TM. And I hope you're doing well also. Sega Mega Drive. No, never did that. But they put in so much detail and, I suppose to a certain amount, a sense of realism. It's immersion that does it. If you can get a game, you know, whether it be whatever you're into, the story or the graphics or the action or whatever, it's all about the immersion. And that's where your distraction comes in. That's about it. It'll always look different from a different side, so it's best to do this from beneath. There. So, we've got our lighting done, guys. Yeah, we're almost there, TM. Oh my, no. We've done a good bit, but we haven't finished. It's taken me an entire stream and an hour and a half before I got on just to finish this. There was a lot of glitching required to do this. Especially this on top. And you know what I'm like, I was to probably do a little bit more in it. But we're still on the hospital. What did I finish? You seen the bar I did in TM? Did you see the bar I did out front? I think you did. Here, let me just save this. And I'll show you the bar. That took an entire stream as well. Almost as complicated as this one. But this one here requires a ton of detail. I'll have to scale back on the building size. I do get carried away on the building size. But we decided on nurseries for downstairs. I'm not sure if you've seen that. They're not 100% finished yet. I'm better right through here. There's not much to do in them. Just a little bit of stuff here in the corner, and I'll be filling up these as well with toys. I've done it on the other side. And do something with these hallways. I'll be changing this main door for a small one like that instead. I wasn't quite sure of the design I wanted. Now let me go around this way. Oh yeah, we finished, yeah, once the toys and stuff are in. I'm not sure if you've seen the reception. Reception turned out quite good. This is the reception area. And that, I think, turned out pretty good. And we did our award signs. This one is for a good friend of mine, the Hufflepuff. I've known her all the way back since Mixer. And this one is for Tyler Diamond. And he had some good news. Became a dad. And we put his tag up. We were speaking to him. I think it was the day before yesterday. And here is what we've done with this. I will have to go back over these, adding little lights here and there. Yeah, it was some really good news. And we think it was appropriate. We put his tag there right on the nursery. So that's our little reception office. Won't look much until I get my settlers in, but that's the things we've been working on. But every piece we do is one less, and we're getting there. We're getting close to completion. And we're really hoping this cell will take a little bit more abuse. But this is our bar. Yeah. I removed the old wall from the inside. And I think this turned out kind of okay. Considering. Now, I really designed it for the night, so let's bring it closer to midnight. There we go. So this is our bar. And this goes obviously back out to our hallways, and I took the time to put the little signs up over every little door. And of course these are a nice addition. Our little security shutters. When we come under attack, or if we want to drink after hours. We pull down the shutters and we lock the doors for some binge drinking. And that's our bar. This took a ton of time to do. It was very, very hard to fit the neon correctly with the wallpaper, and but I got there in the end. So we did the bar. We started on the nurseries in the last 2 days. Almost finished the nurseries. The hardest part was the bar, and now let's say the barber shop. Not a ton to do. These little bits and pieces are ones I was playing with there, see if we could get them to work, scrapping those later. Hi Soul, hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? And thanks TM. And that's everything we've done so far. Obviously, let's say on the time I had here, I was looking around, there was some little mistakes here and there that I corrected. Not much. Speaking of mistakes, there's something out here that I'll eventually have to remove. Where is it? Am I up too far here? Where did I see it? Yeah, you see that bar? I'll have to scrap that. Sometimes when I'm moving things inside, you know, after using place anywhere, you get little things like that. So that doesn't look too good. I'll have to remember to scrap that. And that's it so far. But this has come a long way since, you know, I got the foundations down. And we've got a good bit done. But this will probably be my new longest build, because of the sheer amount of decorations and time put into it, obviously. Okay, let's load this up. And we'll see if we can get some kind of a finish on this. So, how have you been, so? Oh, hello, Atresia. How have you been? How have you been keeping? And we've just almost finished our barber shop. So this is what we've done. Best we could do with, you know, the stuff we have. So, we need to sleep, I think. Totally. And then we put in our chairs and I was looking for a rug. Yeah, something beneath the chair. We'll see. So, what have you been up to, Tricia? And just a little bit of messing about with the signs outside. And we should be there then. So we'll only be needing 3 of these. Ah, just school and work. Ah, nice. How about yourself? Oh, fine, thanks. Yeah, I've been a little bit under the weather for the last week, but improving a little bit. It's been kind of an okay day today. And I hope you're doing well, Atresia. That's good, getting some schoolwork done, that's always important. So I'll be using these guys. I've seen these in better bars and I said, yeah, I could definitely use these. Hard to get these little guys straight, isn't it? Yeah, it would be something like that. There. That's what we're going for. That's what we're going for. I'm not sure even about the rugs on the floor. I think we could get away without those. We're just too much, I think. Not bad. Central it is. It is. And then this guy. Which one will we be using on that? This is where we gotta be careful. That's totally wrong. This one here would be, more like on the center of this one. Gotta be directly in front of the mirror. So. Even at that, to be honest. Yeah, that kind of works. Let's have a look. It's very hard to see. Yeah, that works. That would do. Now this one we can sort from here. There. And then this one. I'm thinking we'll probably have to go back to the center of this guy. Going down to... which is right there. And let's have a look at that one. Well, to be honest, I can't catch it here with the glass, but there we go. Pretty much. Okay, we got them. Ah, that's our barber shop, guys. Alpha fixing the signs on the front and putting in a door, and maybe thinking of maybe a kind of chair or anything here that would be suitable. But yeah. Now, I could do a neon across the bottom of the glass and the top, but that might be overdoing it. Hi, Captain. Hi. How are you? Hey, Croc. Wanna hear a dad joke that killed me today? Sure. Fire away, Captain. Yeah, we've been getting this done. That's not bad. I like it. Especially these, and the chairs really made it. I would have preferred it without the light on the back. I don't know what they were thinking about, but it is a Robco, so it is a Robco. You know, I'm worried for the calendar. Its days are numbered. Nice one. Nice one, Captain. Those we won't be needing. There's one here I'm gonna scrap as well. Where is it? That one. And that one. Now, I was looking for a place for those, but nah, we don't need these. The blue is nice, but yeah, nah. Yeah, I think we're good. I'll get rid of the Institute Lounge sign. And I really like these, but I don't have a decent spot to put them in. But I could put one here. In a dead center on that would work. The wall console. You know what, guys, if we could get these very correctly, they might not be bad as our little final finishing touch. Might not be bad. So, what have you been up to today, Captain? That actually might not be bad. I did need a little something, you know, flashing light, anything to, you know, draw the eye down, so let's save that. I don't want to be fitting those chairs in again, in case this could go wrong pretty quickly. Let's check those little consoles. Pity it's all red lights. Not much. It was my day off, so... Ah, cool. Yeah, getting some new time in. Oh, that's always good. Yep. That's always worthwhile. Oh, good morning, Daff. Hi, how have you been? How have you been keeping? Yeah, we're almost finished our barbershop. We spent a ton of time. Oh, that's good to hear, Daff. I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, and I hope you're doing well. Also, you got your third coffee. Oh, not a good idea. And let's say, if you're tired, yeah. Oh, thanks, Das. I couldn't believe my luck when I seen the barber's chairs. Now, this is a little extra I want to do on this, and I'll see if it works. But these are these tiny little console things. I can glitch them in enough, but I want something that looks pretty good, to be honest. There. Let's see if this is practical. I'll try and get the lights in line. Oh, I like it. I like it. Just get a couple more in. I think that would work. That would work. Now, let's see. It seems to be going to a kind of natural height, and that's perfect for me. That will automatically level them all up. Yeah, I think that works, guys. That's just a little something we needed. I'm not tired, or I would have gone to bed. Oh, cool. I guess it's technically morning for me. Yeah? Oh yeah, after midnight. But I've never been a coffee drinker, but they say it can keep you up at night. Ah, that's her Achilles heel. Yeah, that's our Achilles heel. Or do we have to do them in the corners, really? I don't think so. We'll give it a quick try and we'll see, but I would like to get them in the corners. Stupid chairs. If it goes to its natural height level, it shouldn't be a problem. That's totally not its natural height level. There, that's its natural height level. Not bad. We can still grab it and redirect it, so yeah, we should be able to get the 4 in. At 2 AM I just gonna drink water. Oh, cool. I started on coffee at 5 AM. Well, I used to get up at about 5 AM, so... Oh, that's right. Sorry, you're in the same time zone as me, Mike. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, you're in my time zone. Yeah, I used to get up at about 5 as well, so... Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, then where's... I thought I... Okay, I built 3. I should have building 4. I'll try and do the same thing and see if we can get lucky with that. There. The height level is perfect. Come on. So, that looks good. Connection. That one. Just a tad. There we go, guys. That is definitely the finishing touch. The blinking lights just make it perfect, to be honest. I think that will do. What time is it from me? Just 7 AM, Captain. I keep forgetting Mike is in the same time zone. Yeah, 7 AM. I've been at this about 1:15. Yeah, from me. And that is not bad. Right, let's save that one. Yeah, I'm happy with that one. Now, we're definitely finished with the decoration. I know I've said it a few times. We'll fix these up. We'll find a door. And just a little bit here and here. I think I have a kind of chair that would do. Oh yeah, we do need the neon bars as well. I mean, that's just a little thing. I think we missed 2 in the cafeteria as well, but that's simple enough. I need a decent measuring system on these, so what I'll do is I use another one of the signs to measure it out. The settings. That's it. Okay. Now we need to measure this. Get them roughly around the same height level. I might not need a third one, but if I want to drop it down, I can use that as a measurement and then remove it. Fix up that barber pole. Just leave you there for a moment. We'll be plastering this with signs. See where it tends to. There. That's all I need. I won't need a third one. There. That's exactly the same. Now, this guy. Oh, come on. It was the wrong way around. Oh my. And he's going to give us a bit of trouble. Okay. The barber shop looks amazing. Oh, nice. Thanks, Captain. I would totally get my hair cut there after the apocalypse. Nice. I was ready for my alarm this time. I have one set for 6 and the other for 7. That was the longest minute ever waiting for it though. What is this? Elastic, inconsistent, irrelevant conduct. It is. I've often thought as much. You know, especially let's say in the rat race. You know, you go to school, let's say a kindergarten, you know, you go through all of that, you go to school and then maybe college. Straight from that, straight to the rat race. Retire if you're lucky, let's say if you live till you retire. And then maybe for the last 10 or 15 years, you know, that's the only break you get. Ah, okay. I have often wondered as much. Yeah, of course this is going to give me trouble. I want to do the 2 barber poles there, to be honest. And then what we'll do is we will sign it. And that would work. Now, let's see. I can use that little piece there as a marker. And hopefully have one in roughly the same area. Where is that one? On the top. Yeah, I see it. Ah, these are really nasty. I wonder if I change the settings on these, I'll probably get it in better. How many hours do you have on this build? Oh. 9 days, 14 hours. So, 10 days. Oh my god. 10 days is 240. So, 240 less 10, 230 hours and 9 minutes. That's a lot. This is gonna beat the cathedral. The cathedral was much bigger, but faster to do, less decorating because of the gardens. I know it seemed like there was a lot of decorating, but this is a lot more complicated. The only big place we had to decorate was the cathedral itself, and the chairs was the hardest part. And then I'm doing stuff, let's say, that I haven't done before and kind of finding my way around. Yeah. It is a lot for a build. Okay, we'll check it with that, and if not, we'll turn off the settings. Yeah, small things, like a tiny room with small things can take the same amount of time, let's say, as building a large building. Then I had like, it's very, very hard to tell how long something will take because you don't know what kind of problems you're going to get into. Very hard to tell. I would have assumed I would have been out of this in 200 hours, even with all of this, but there you go. Ah, yeah, that's it. That straightens it up. I wanted central, but what we can do is we can go central on these, which would probably be the same. I could line it up with that guy there. And then in turn, line it up with that guy there. Not bad. Now, I can drop out this guy to about here, so we can see the side. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And that one is 2. So do we want it at 2 or 4? Ah, we wanted that 2. So we'll drop up these guys to about there. There we go. There's our barber poles. So we go with a nice signage here, and we'll see if we can put in some kind of seating or something. That would work. Yeah, the deco. It's 2/3 of a build, if not 3/4, to be honest. Some of my main characters in games are only a little longer than that. Yeah, this can take a lot of time. But the way I look at it, when I have all these settlements done, God knows how long it will be before I'll play Fallout 4 again, so might as well do a good playthrough on it. It would be hard, let's say, to even stay off this just for a couple of months and do this all over again. You'd want a big break, you know, at least 12 months or maybe even more. So I don't mind putting the time in. Okay. I don't want to go with the same signs again outside that I did inside, so what could I use? The neon might be a bit much. The consoles we've overdone. Not quite sure. do you upload these for other people to explore? To view, yeah, I do settlement tours on YouTube, Mikey. It's on the playlist section of my YouTube channel, and also for the last month or so, and I intend to do it from now on, every live stream I do, no matter what I'm playing, I upload those as well. But the link should be somewhere on my stream. It should have coming up. Maybe the bot is down. But the tag is very similar to the tag I'm using here. It's Croc Gold as well, without the underscores. So it's just Croc space O and Croc O, Croc space O space Gold, just without the underscores. I have all of the settlements, and let's say, well, bar one. I've got to do a little bit of fixing on Spectacle after an update from Creative Clutter, about 20 minutes work on that. So it's only missing Spectacle Island and this one here, and about the last month of my live streams. So yeah, I do upload them. I'm done with this here, to be honest. Some of it is not bad, but it's just too much neon. The seating, well, go with the classic stuff, but there's a couple of different little pieces maybe we can use, and I can't remember where they are. Here they are. Now those are a bit much, to be honest. No, they're just sticking out too much. That's a pity. Let's see what else we can use. You think Twitch Mobile works? Links properly. Oh, that will tell you how much I know. I did mention it time and time again. I am very inept when it comes to technology. Very. I've always been a kind of outdoors kind of guy. Yeah, but it should be pretty easy to find. It's just the same tag I have here. Instead of the underscores, blank spaces. But all of the stuff I've done tours on those. I think there's only about 50 videos and all in it. But I'm adding every day now, let's say, with the live streams. So after a while there will easily be a couple of hundred videos there. I definitely need chairs, guys, but we could go with the classic vending machines, but I've kind of done a lot of those as well. Anyway, my phone needs to charge. No problem, Mike. Thanks for the stream. My pleasure, Mike. Anytime. And thanks for being cool, everyone. Cool. I'll check you out on the YouTube motion. And thanks for that, Mikey. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. It was fun having you here. Take care and stay safe, and I hope you have a good day, Mike. Stay safe. Bye. My goodness. Cheers. It's always been my go-to, but... Oh. Not bad. Not the worst, is it? Yeah, not the worst. Let's say the alternative is not too good, so Yeah, just two of those. Just two of those. We totally don't want to over-decorate. Not out here anyway. Well, for want of something better, we'll leave it at that. What about a plant? A plant might not actually look pretty decent. Goodbye, Mikey. Stay safe. Never seen those shades and those colours. Yeah. They've come in with I'm not sure. I think it was USO. But the original ones are kind of reddish looking and kind of tatty. Now there's that. I haven't done a lot of plants. The only ones that would work here would be the original vanilla ferns. I could use the hollow pads again, you know. To be honest, I think I could get away with the hollow pads. What about this? I'll just get my plants. So these are my kind of go-tos here. Now, they don't look much on their own, but we can do a little adjustment to these guys, and there's blue in this. So where did I see this? Decorations. Decorations, SOE. It might be here, is it? Need the little hollow pads. Okay. Okay, I know where they are. Decorations. Teams. SOE. Institute. There they are. So what about something like this? Now I'll turn off the silly settings on this. And I can sync them into that, and we could, you know, do something like that. I've kind of overdone it with the seating. There's not a lot of plants. You know, in all the halls I've been using seating and all over the place. Now, so I'm thinking, let's say there, like so, and we'll sync that guy in a moment. Yeah, let's say we bring that around. How would that look? Not bad. We just get these in. Like the plants up here. A nice touch. You get the one with the flashing light. That one. The flashing light on that side. Okay, 1.5. I push you back in. And it will be somewhere around there, I think. Yeah. And then we'll try and fit the plants in. Now, it's the large end of the plant I need to work on. So, something like that would work. Large end going back in towards the corners. Yeah, which is there again. Small end coming out. Not so much on this. Well, it's different really, isn't it? Going the other way. Right, now I change the settings. Now, I could still use the chairs outside in front of the window, I suppose. But that might clutter it too much. That's not bad looking. It's consistent to what I did on the stairs, so. Oh, trying to fit something in a circle. Yeah, what do you think? What mods did the barber chairs come from? I found them in Better Bars. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect to see them. Let me see if I can find them again. I'm nearly sure it's in Better Bars. It must have been an update I got a while back and didn't really check. Yeah. I'll just make sure again. I'll just make sure. Took me about a half an hour to find them earlier today. I didn't expect to look in Better Bars, but sure enough. So in my inventory it's vanilla decorations. Or sorry, Better Stores. I keep calling it Better Bars. It's called Better Stores. I'm going to Better Stores. Oh, at least I think it's in Better Stores. Decorations. Yeah. Going to Decorations. And then Miscellaneous. Oh, that's just a barber thing. They're in here somewhere. Medical bar and restaurant. Oh my god, I forget where I found them. But I'm sure it's in here somewhere. My god. I haven't a clue. I was looking for them everywhere. I know it's in one of these. Ah, goodness. I'll have to start writing down. Where everything is. It's either in better stores. I'm nearly sure it's here. I'm almost convinced that things disappear from my menu. You know that? And then I check again, and they come back. Yeah, favorite option. That's what I said. Like another little box where you can put all the things that you like to use. Ah. Almost shorter in there. Yeah, it's in the stores. Barber. Yeah. Oh, hi, Soul. Yeah, nice all. Yeah, Barber. It is. Better stores. Go down to stores and then go into Barber. And there they are. Yeah, it is. Better stores. In the stores section. On the barber chair. And then there's surgery as well. That's the stuff I always use. Well, that's a surgery chair. It's just scripted. They have script, actually. You could use these versions, but that one is cool. Yeah, it is better stores. You'll get the barber pole as well. Yeah. Now we could still use those. It wouldn't hurt. Get them a little closer. And then we'll call it on this. Just find a door. Well, that would work. Nice to get a little plant there. But I decided to go with the barber thing because I had the barber sign in neon. I had a barber sign from Voltec. It's there somewhere and I'll show you. And I've used a lot of the Voltec signage here. Let's wait till it gets into build mode. You can see it there. So I had the barber's poles, some decent chairs, that barber sign and that one. I knew I could make these birds from the furniture mod kind of work. Would have liked them to be a little bit bigger, you know, wider, but you know, decided to get these in, a few posters. I knew the sinks would work out well, and I said, okay, the towel and soap, yeah, I'd probably get away with that. And then I knew I had some kind of bric-a-brac from Creative Clutter. Not exactly what I wanted. And then I kind of winged it from there on this. Now, these guys, so... about there. Tree back from the edge. And I can always change the chair after if I want to, there's no biggie. From this there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, tree back from the edge. There. Okay guys, out from the door, that is our barber shop. Not bad. I'll be lining up the halls later with probably Omni light source or something like that. And nothing too drastic. I'll just, yeah, I'll go with that there. We have an empty section, so I get this guy on properly. I'm going to get a little bit of phasing, but we'll fix this clock. Put a door in. That's our barber shop. taken a long time. But still, with the stuff we have, we've done the best job we could, I suppose. I could do with another retrieve. Well, if we could get 5 gigabytes on this game like Skyrim. But even out from that, there's not really a decent amount of mods you can use for building. If you do see something that's kind of interesting, 1 or 2 things, you have to take a huge mod with stuff you don't want, like settlements and followers and all of that stuff. Now, yeah, okay, the timing is okay. Let me see. Let me have a look out this window. See, is it daylight? Oh, it's dark. We've gone to sleep. We'll save, we'll put our door in. And I'll eventually have to get rid of that bed. Perfect. So here you can get fixed up. You can get drugged up. And you can get your hair cut. And a meal. And you can go drinking. Yeah, this has got it all. I was going to try and make a little cinema here, but I just didn't have the room for a small cinema I would need. You know, this entire thing. Now, I could have done what I did with the bar, but yeah, I really wanted a shot at a barber's. You can have it all, yeah. You can have it all. And they grow their own medication here as well, so yep. And I think there's enough in the storage, there's enough Radex and Simpacks to supply the whole of the Commonwealth. Yeah, settlers never had it so good. Oh, the neon bars. Let me get the neon bars. Here on the door saddle. Almost forgot that one. And then the door, and then we're done. That's another big section of this done. Like building a small settlement around that barber shop with just some rooms would have been enough. Now we're going with this kind of neon theme. We've used it so much we're kind of forced to just take the eyes off that. Door. I don't have great auto closers. I might have to use something different than the auto closer. I'm going to try and use a sliding door for this guy. There's a nice elevator door we could use on that. I think that might work. Yeah, that's okay. Now let's see if I can save this. But out from the door, we're pretty much done. I don't think all of the NPCs will be assigned, so I don't think they're going to be walking around accidentally opening the store and leaving it open. So, what have we got indoors? We have the red rocket bun, but it's... I got away with it in the kitchen, but not here. I think the elevator doors. The old school stuff. I'll have a quick look through the doors and we'll see what we have. There's a fancy one as well, but it's not a sliding one. Not a ton of sliding ones. Where did I see this stuff? Okay, we'll just go into doors straight away and we'll see what we have. Well, that's the auto closers. And the vault ones are a waste of time, so... Let's see. Wood, I just can't do it, I'm afraid. I can't do the wood. These are the ones that would really suit, but... You know what I mean? These are the ones we should be going with. They're not bad. We've used it all here and the rest, but let's see. I kind of like that, to be honest, but I don't think we'd probably get away with that, will we? Oh, it's possible. It's possible, I think, to get away with this. I've seen worse. But let's have a look with the sliders. Oh, hi, Chameleon. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? And good morning to you also. Not convinced for that one. I think a slider is our best option. I don't even think that's... yeah, that's not bad. It might be the best, let's say, for visibility. I don't like the idea of the door coming out so much, but we might be able to live with it. We'll just see what other options we have. It's a piece off one of the lighthouses, I think. And it's an auto closer as well, so that's definitely to our advantage. Then we've got the modern doors, but I don't know what they were thinking of when they made these guys. They're pretty decent, but not what we're looking for. I tell you that's tempting. That is extremely tempting to use something like that. But it might be far too wide. It is very wide. Oh, I like it. I kind of like that. And we've got the blue as well. Let's see how it's looking with the neon. It's a bit wide. Well, we could sacrifice the neon if, you know, if that's required. Does look pretty good. Oh, I think we could do it alright. Let's see if we could pull this forward just a tad. That's not bad. I just wish it was, yeah, less rusty. The other door, yeah. I used all of yesterday on cooking. Oh, cool. So I have a lot of French onion. Oh, the onion soup, yeah. And the homemade beef jerky. Nice. But we can't have it all. Yeah, I guess. Sounds great. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, it's starting to make me a little hungry as well. Oh my god. I can't access it. I can't close it. What a pity. It was meant for a bigger opening. That is such a shame. Ah, such a shame. It's useless. Okay. I still have the other one. No. That's what we have reloads for. And it's a pity. It wasn't bad. Just the opening is too narrow. I need to access the sides to close it again. Yeah. No, it's okay. There's another one I have in mind. Remember the ones I used on the lift systems on Nuke World? If I can find them, that is. Now. And this is the very last piece. Oh, let me see. I'll give it another try. We've tried those and failed, so... That wasn't bad, but... I don't like those. That's kind of ridiculous. But they're very wide anyway. Oh my. I have used those for weapons at one time. And that's a total no-go. We won't be using those. Yeah. There's a radiation door thing. Lead. I won't be using that. Okay. They're not bad. Does look kinda nice, doesn't it? It's dark enough. The door opening in is a killer. See, that's why I wanted a sliding door. I'll find that elevator door. It's really neat. But I think it's in the USO section. Or maybe it's in the MSO. There's even a bulkhead door. Yeah, it's pretty sweet looking from a submarine. I'd like to try and do a ship on ground. That would be something different. I wonder if it's possible. I have some strange shaped industrial pieces. Possible. You know, making a ship would be something. Now, there's these ones. Where's the other section? I think it might be in here. There they are. Sliding. Those guys. Not as dirty as it might seem. Where is it? Well, that's a bit dirty. Oh, look at this. Vault sliding door. How big is that one? You see, they'll slide in too much and we won't be able to grab the ends. But with these guys, we will. Just take a little bit to fit them. A good bit to fit them. Oh, we need to get that edge working as well. There. It definitely looks the part. It's clean, and we should be able to access it from both sides. We would have to pull it back a bit, I suppose. Oh no, it will be okay like that. The outside we want to. What do you think of that? We get the best of both worlds. We have it nice and clean. It's not an auto closer. We'll have to close it ourselves. But we don't get any nasty door in the way as we walk in. Yeah. And there's no problem. NPCs, you know, won't be opening and closing. It will be the only door that's not an auto closer in the entire settlement. But the colouring is nice as well. It's bright, it's clean. I think that works perfectly. We've got it, guys, at long last. Now, that's it. I won't go with a mat outside. Because you can over-decorate these places. And we have all our signs up with a little bit of reconstruction to do here some other time. I'll definitely have this floor finished by the next time I get on here. We gotta move our bed out of the way. And that's our barber shop. At last. Yeah, can easily take a tiny area like that. Maybe 8 to 10 hours, depending on the problems. What really helped me up was the top pieces, you know, the glitching. If you can get things to snap, it goes pretty quickly, but you know, it doesn't always work like that. We've got our glass in. So we'll move our bed out of the way. And we'll park it. Okay, when I say out of the way, I mean out of the way. There. So not much to do on this, but we still have the nurseries to finish. That I should be able to get offline, I'd say. I might have an hour or so today. I can come in, but yeah, that looks good. Let's do a main save. So that's it, guys. That's our little barber shop. Yeah, the large open windows I think really work. The last thing we needed to do was, no problem Das, was to close that down. We've got our chairs, we've got our decoration, I think we've done our lighting. Yeah. And that will do. I've gone way past. Well, usually, you know, I'm kind of have it down for 4 hours. I do push it to 6. But it's 6 hours and 40 minutes, so I think I'll leave it here, guys. I am extremely hungry. It's been a while since I've eaten. And yeah, I think I'll go straight to a raid. Some of our friends should be on. But I shall be back tomorrow at the same time. And you too, Das, and thanks again for stopping by. I appreciate it. And stay safe. So, yeah, I'll say farewell to all you guys. And then we'll see who's streaming. And I should be able to stay awake for a good while. It's just I need to rest with my back. It's starting to give me trouble. So, goodbye, Das. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. And take care and stay safe and have a great day. You too, Soul. Have a good one and thanks for stopping by. And also, Chameleon. Thanks for stopping by, Chameleon. Take care and stay safe. Also to Tigger, Hufflepuff, FGS, MJ, Jill, Lady Grey, and TM, Travelling Mother. Take care, guys. And thanks for hanging out. It does look nice. Yeah, nice and clean. Yeah, that's what I needed, nice and clean. I can live with it not being an auto closer, it's just one door. And you too, Comedian. Have a great day. Let's see who else is. You know what my memory is like, guys, I'll do the best I can. I've had a good few followers tonight, so thanks guys for following. I appreciate that, and thanks for the support. And of course Mikey. Yeah, take care Mikey, and stay safe. Let me see who else is here. I have to get up a bit earlier so I can say hi to FGS, nice, Jill and the others. Cool. And of course Captain Fabulous. Thanks for stopping by, Captain. And Atricia. I hope you have a good day, Atricia. And I did mention Travelling Mother. And of course Laia Case. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Laia Case. And thanks for following Irony. Irony, and let's see what else is here. That's everyone on my message board, and to the other 5 followers as well. Thanks for the support, guys. And to everyone who was watching and took the time to stop by. Appreciate it. And take care, guys, and stay safe, and everyone have a great day. So, let's see who's streaming. As I said, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. Until then, take care, guys. Right, let's see who's streaming.